Chapter 375. Sneak attack. I can help you find them, but the price won't be low. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. How many do you want? The woman asked. I want sacred beast corpses, 100 sacred beast corpses with 50 dragon power. Of course, the higher the realm, the smaller the amount. Yi Xian directly stated the price. Sacred beast corpses. This request was difficult for the woman, but it also shocked her. Why would he want sacred beast corpses? 100 sacred beast corpses with 50 dragon power, perhaps no one had them, but there might be corpses with 50 dragon power and above. My father has some 50 dragon corpses, what do you want them for? The woman asked curiously. As long as you have them, it's fine. As for why I want them, there's no need for me to tell you. In addition, I have another condition. Tell me what's on the 3rd floor. Yi Xian said coldly. The woman paused, then said, There's no harm in telling you. Long before we came, we received news that the rainbow treasure tree is on the 3rd floor of this plantation. Moreover, there are many dangers along the way. Even experts with 50 dragon power can fall. Since you know, why don't you prepare more antidotes? Yi Xian asked in surprise. That mysterious person didn't tell us that the 2nd floor is a poisonous fog. The woman replied. So he's using these people to open the way and weaken our strength. Yi Xian's heart sank. It seemed that mysterious person in white didn't have good intentions. Moreover, even experts with 50 dragon power could fall. This wasn't a normal level of danger. However, the more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. Tell me the situation of the experts of this trip. Yi Xian continued. I am Xia family Xia Hai's daughter, Xia Yu. My Xia family has 3 experts with 50 dragon power. In addition, there are 3 sects with 50 dragon power experts, adding up to 9 people. The woman replied. 3 people, adding up to 9 people, that was 12 experts with 50 dragon power. This trip was indeed unusual. Your Xia family can actually contend with the sects. Yi Xian said in surprise. That's right. My Xia clan is the most powerful clan in this area. We are on par with the other 3 major sections. Xia Yu nodded. If that's the case, how did you get separated from the others? Someone else asked. Xia Yu replied, When we came down, we met the firestorm way of the 3 great sects. Hearing this, Yi Xian also understood that it was the result of a fight between the 2 factions. Alright, I can escort you. As for whether or not we can find the Xia family, that will depend on luck. If you really find it, I hope you won't turn against me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Although he saved Xia Yu, it didn't mean that he wouldn't kill a woman. The reason why he made this deal with Xia Yu was because he could only use Beast King's rampage once more. This time, he would need 100 holy beast corpses with 40 dragon strength. Next time, he might need 50 dragon strength, so he had to be prepared in advance. If he succeeded, then he would be able to use Beast King's rampage twice in this operation. This was very important. The reason why Xia Yu found Yi Xian was because she had met the experts of the Firestorm Way and fought them. After that, she encountered the 7 people. Her body was full of injuries, and she didn't have much qi in her body, so she wanted to find a bodyguard, just in case. Although she didn't know Yi Xian, he had saved her life. He didn't take advantage of her when she was in danger, so she found Yi Xian. After the 2 reached an agreement, they began to move quickly to find the whereabouts of the Xia family. What you gave me just now, was it your blood? While searching, Xia Yu couldn't help but ask. That's right, I am immune to poison. This poisonous fog has no effect on me. Yi Xian casually replied. Xia Yu suddenly realized why Yi Xian didn't take a single antidote along the way. So this was the reason. The second floor of the cave was filled with poisonous fog. If one didn't have enough high-level antidotes, they would probably die here. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it was. By now, Yi Xian had already seen many poisonous creatures, such as poisonous scorpions, poisonous centipedes, and poisonous snakes. They were all hiding in dark corners, waiting for an opportunity to attack martial artists who passed by. If Xiaoyu was allowed to go down alone, he would probably die halfway. However, Yi Xian had the ability to sense things. As long as it was a living thing, he could sense it even if it was motionless. After all, in addition to the supersonic bat bloodline, he also had the Beast King bloodline. Fortunately, the strength of these poisonous creatures was not bad. They were all above 30 dragons. Their Saint Beast souls were a large amount of experience for Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to test the poisonous plants on the way, so he could only pass by in a hurry. Yi Xian brought Xiaoyu and walked all the way down. After about 2,000 meters, they finally heard a trace of movement. Although there were many sounds of fighting before, they were very far away. This time, it was nearby. Wait! Xiaoyu suddenly called out to Yi Xian from behind. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked curiously. These aren't people from my Xia family. They're from the Yang family under the Firestorm Way, Xiaoyu explained. Oh. Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he didn't plan to go forward. He turned around and asked, how strong is the Yang family? The leader has 42 dragon strength. The rest are between 38 and 40 dragons, Xiaoyu replied. But when we came down, there was only one path, and they blocked it. Do you want to wait for them to leave, or? Yi Xian tried to ask. Xiaoyu hesitated. He guessed that the Xia family's team had already gone down. If they didn't hurry, the Xia family's lives would be in danger. If you help me stop the expert with 42 dragon strength, I can take care of the rest. Of course, if you want to wait, you can. Fangjing, your Xia family might encounter others along the way. When the time comes, you won't lack antidotes. Yi Xian decided to leave the choice to Xiaoyu. Are you confident? Xiaoyu asked softly. There's a total of 8 people down there. If it's a sneak attack, I'll only need 3 seconds to take care of the other 7, Yi Xian said slowly. Although he only had 37 dragon strength, if he didn't count his movement techniques, he could compete with a 45 dragon strength expert in speed. If he used Beast King Rampage, he could even fight a 55 dragon strength expert. Then I'll help you stop the leader. Xiaoyu nodded. Then follow behind me. Don't make a sound. I'll sneak attack first. Yi Xian said as he continued to go deeper. They were only a few dozen meters away from the Yang family's team. As long as they were careful, they could succeed in a sneak attack. Chapter 376. Ambush, Patriarch, the road ahead seems to be even more dangerous. Are we really going to continue? Nonsense, we've lost a few experts, how could we give up halfway? If we can obtain a 7-colored fruit, then our Yang family will be able to dominate the 4 great forces and become the ruler of this region. However, we don't have enough detoxification pills, and the poisonous fog ahead is even stronger. I'm afraid that the detoxification pills won't last until we find the rainbow fruit. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you're afraid of death, then go up yourself. In a wide open space, the 8 members of the Yang family sat in a corner to rest and heal. However, what they did not notice was that 8 sharp blades had quietly approached them. The 8 sharp blades moved slowly, not making the slightest sound. When they got close to the Yang family team, they suddenly exploded. Be careful. The patriarch of the Yang family shouted, but he was still a step too late. 4 heads flew into the air, including an expert with 40 dragon power. Yi Xian used his powerful senses to control the 8 blades to launch a sneak attack. He didn't expect things to be so easy. His various methods could be said to be perfect. Go! After the successful sneak attack, Yi Xian shouted coldly. Then, he and Xiaoyu rushed out of the tunnel and attacked the remaining 4 people. The patriarch of the Yang family slashed out a slash, but it was easily defeated by Xiaoyu. However, he also understood who the newcomer was. Xiaoyu, it's you. The Yang family patriarch exclaimed in shock. Xiaoyu did not waste words and directly charged over. Although there was a difference of 2 dragons, Xiaoyu came from one of the 4 major powers, the Xia family. It should not be a problem for him to hold back the expert with 42 dragons. As for the remaining 3, they would be left to Yi Xian. Yi Xian shot forward like an arrow, controlling the 8 sharp blades to attack while wielding a heaven artifact to attack madly. 1 second. It only took him a second to kill the remaining 3 people. Then, all 7 interspatial rings fell into his hands. Ding! Host has broken through to 38 dragons' power. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian's fighting spirit soared. He turned around and charged towards the Yang family head. Damn it! Don't even think about leaving this place alive. The patriarch of the Yang family was flustered and exasperated. Suddenly, a powerful true qi gushed out from his body. Burning your true qi. Xiaoyu was stunned. Burning true qi was a very common martial art. It was to temporarily increase one's strength at the cost of one's realm. As for the burned true qi, it would need to be cultivated again. If he was not careful, he could lose 5 or even 10 dragons of strength. The Yang family patriarch forcefully increased his strength from 42 dragons to 45 dragons, greatly increasing his strength. However, this was of no use. Xiaoyu has 40 dragon strength. Facing 45 dragons, she can't do anything. However, Yi Xian had already broken through to 38 dragons, and with the help of the mysterious 8 blades, he could fight his opponent even if he didn't use Beast King Rampage. Get out of the way, I'll deal with him. Yi Xian reminded and attacked with all his might. 38 dragons against 45 dragons. Even in the outside world, it was rare to see such a scene, because under normal circumstances, the former would be instantly killed. But now, Xiaoyu saw it. So strong, challenging 7 dragons. Who is he? Xiaoyu couldn't help but be interested in Yi Xian's identity. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons clashing echoed between the stone walls. Yi Xian had the 8 Baron Wind Killing Array in one hand and the Heavenly Wind Sword technique in the other. He was evenly matched with the patriarch of the Yang family. However, Yi Xian's speed of growth was beyond the expectations of the 2 people present. Ding! The proficiency of the Heaven Crippling Body technique has increased. Current proficiency is 70%. Although the Heaven Crippling Body technique was not like the Heavenly Wind Sword technique, which had the Sword Saint Bloodline's comprehension, Yi Xian's aptitude was not bad, and his cultivation speed was also extraordinary. His speed soared, bringing great pressure to the patriarch of the Yang family. How can this kid be so fast? This is impossible. The patriarch of the Yang family broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, he was making a decision in his heart. He was thinking as he dealt with Yi Xian's attacks. Finally, he made a decision. Run! Even after burning his vital energy, he could not do anything to Yi Xian. Now, he was at a disadvantage. If they continued fighting, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he could only run. Yi Xian understood the patriarch of the Yang family's intentions. He immediately controlled the 8 sharp blades to seal off the patriarch's path of retreat. 8 Baron Wind Killing Array, first layer. Just now, the 8 sharp blades were used to stab, which was faster. To seal off the patriarch's path of retreat, it was better to use the first layer. The patriarch of the Yang family had been burning his vital energy for some time. Now that he could not retreat, he could only continue to block Yi Xian's attacks. Half a minute after they exchanged blows, an unforeseen event caused the patriarch of the Yang family to fall into an irrecoverable situation. One of his wyverns suddenly disappeared. 44 dragons of strength. Ha, you're finished. Yi Xian shot forward and increased his attacks. The patriarch of the Yang family's face was gloomy. With 45 dragons of strength, he could barely block Yi Xian's dual attacks. Now that he had fallen to 44 dragons of strength, he was not far from death. 3 seconds later, he finally could not block anymore. A sharp blade cut into his thigh. The wound was so deep that his bone could be seen, greatly reducing his speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian did not hesitate to kill. Rip! A crisp sound entered Xiaoyu's ears. Immediately after, she saw a head fly into the air. It was the patriarch of the Yang family. Plop! The head fell to the ground and rolled into a corner. He's finally dead. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Challenging 7 dragons seemed to be his limit. If he really encountered an expert with 45 dragons of strength, he would probably need to put in a lot of effort. Yi Xian walked over and put away the patriarch of the Yang family's belongings. As the patriarch of the Yang family, there were naturally good things in his universe ring. Moreover, this time, the Yang family's team had collected all the natural treasures and left them with him. This way, Yi Xian benefited from it. Ding! The host has broken through to 39 dragons of strength. Yi Xian had broken through again. You, Xiaoyu said in surprise when she saw Yi Xian suddenly have another wyvern. Haven't you seen someone break through in the middle of a battle? Yi Xian casually replied. Xiaoyu was speechless. She really had never seen a genius break through in the middle of a fierce battle. Alright, if these people can reach the 3rd floor, then your Xia family and the 3 major sects should have reached as well. Let's continue on our way. Yi Xian did not waste time and directly chose a passage to enter. Chapter 377. Rendezvous. At this rate, Xiaoyu would only be able to stay on the 3rd level for a few hours at most. There were more than 10 people in the Xia family. If they didn't have enough antidotes, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Xiaoyu couldn't help but quicken her steps when she thought of this. This time, they didn't run into anyone apart from the poisonous creatures. They soon reached a depth of 2,500 meters. The precious tree sect's plantation was simply too large. From 1,000 to 2,500 meters underground, natural treasures could be seen everywhere. In addition, Yi Xian didn't know just how large the underground maze was. There were many forks in the paths, and it was easy to get lost inside. Thankfully, it was easy to find the way down, so Yi Xian didn't get lost here. It was no wonder that the precious tree sect had been destroyed. Even without the rainbow treasure tree, the natural treasures that had been planted in the precious tree sect were enough to drive a faction crazy. When Yi Xian and Xiaoyu were 3,000 meters down, they finally heard the sounds of human conversation. They quickened their steps and walked out of the tunnel. The 3rd level was very large, stretching as far as the eye could see. At the same time, the ground here wasn't dirt, but a path made of countless vines. At this moment, there were already over 100 people gathered there. The line of sight on the 3rd level was still good, and Xiaoyu immediately spotted her Xia family group. Father! Xiaoyu jogged over. Yi Xian followed closely behind. When he heard Xiaoyu's voice, Xia Hai also turned his head in surprise, saying with shock, it's good that you're all right. Father, here are the antidotes. Xiaoyu hastily took out the antidotes. We've gotten quite a few along the way, so there's no rush. Xia Hai nodded and distributed the antidotes. Only after that did his gaze fall onto Yi Xian, who was following him. This is? Xia Hai asked in surprise. After we were separated, I ran into some trouble and almost lost my life. He saved me and I asked him to escort me down. Xia Yu explained. I see. Many thanks for saving my life, little brother. Xia Hai hastily cupped his fists. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, you're too polite. I was hired by Miss Xia. Father, don't you have a few holy beast corpses in your interspatial ring? Give them to him. Xia Yu remembered her promise and said immediately. This. Xia Hai was stunned. Although the holy beast's corpse couldn't compare to the holy beast's soul, it was still a corpse of more than 50 dragons. If it was cooked and eaten, it could increase one's strength by a lot. This could greatly increase the overall strength of the clan. At this time, a middle-aged man behind Xia Hai walked out and coldly shouted, Brat, isn't your appetite too big? Xia Yu hurriedly explained, Third uncle, it's just a corpse. We don't want the holy beast's soul. Moreover, there are so many natural treasures here. What do they have to do with the Saint Beast's corpse? The middle-aged man asked coldly. Xia Hai didn't want to say anything more on this topic. He directly handed over an interspatial ring and said, All right, Yu's life is more important. Little brother, there are 3 holy beast corpses with 55 dragon strength and 6 holy beast corpses with 51 to 53 dragon strength. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He excitedly received the interspatial ring and Thank you, Senior. With these corpses, he could use Beast King's rampage again. This meant that he could use it twice. After fulfilling his promise, Xia Yu turned to look at the hundreds of people around and said, Father, what are we doing here? Shui Hai said, Wait for those who entered this poisonous fog to come back. Xia Yu and Yi Xian turned around and saw that the poisonous fog 100 meters in front of them was extremely dense. It was so dense that they could only see 10 meters in front of them. At this time, they were also in the poisonous fog. However, the poisonous fog 100 meters away was obviously more poisonous. Moreover, they didn't know what was in this poisonous fog, so it was very dangerous. Why aren't we dispelling this poisonous fog? Xia Yu asked in surprise. Shui Hai shook his head and said, We can't. We tried to dispel this poisonous fog before, but in the next moment, more poisonous fog would surge out. Moreover, it would become denser and denser. If we continue to dispel it, I'm afraid we won't even have a place to stand. After hearing this, Xia Yu didn't say anything and quietly waited. As for Yi Xian, he also stood behind them and looked around at the same time. Other than the Xia family, the people from the other 2 great sects were also present. In addition, there were also many lower-ranked sects and families. There was even a group of scattered people. However, the Firestorm Wei, which was one of the 4 great powers like the Xia family, was not present. Everyone waited for a while, but no one came out of the poisonous fog. Damn it, there really is danger in there. Even Xia Yang couldn't come out. Xia Hai gritted his teeth and said. Xia Yang was the expert that the Xia family had sent into the poisonous fog. He had 48 dragons of strength, and his movement technique was exceptional. He was the strongest person in the Xia family's team besides the 350 dragons experts. Even Uncle Xia Yang couldn't come out. Xia Yu frowned. She was already used to death. In order to survive in this world, it was impossible to not make some sacrifices. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the poisonous fog. Then, a figure rushed out. Someone came out. Immediately, the leaders of the various great powers rushed over. Xia Hai did the same. It's Xia Yang. Xia Hai opened his eyes wide and looked at the figure that rushed out of the poisonous fog. This person was Xia Yang of the Xia family. However, he was missing an arm and even his shoulder. The wound was still bleeding, and no one knew what had hurt him. Xia Yang, are you okay? Xia Hai rushed to Xia Yang's side. The leaders of the various great powers also approached, trying to hear some news. Master, there are a large number of Yin wind mantises in this poisonous fog. Be careful. Xia Yang suddenly spat out a mouthful of purple blood halfway through his sentence. Then, he fell down and died. This kind of news could only be told to Xia Hai, but he knew that he couldn't hold on any longer, so he didn't think too much about it. Xia Yang. Xia Hai opened his eyes wide and found that Xia Yang's wound had festered and turned black. It was obvious that he had died from poison. At the same time, when the people of the other great powers heard Xia Yang's words, they were also shocked. Yin wind mantises. They are the sacred beast Yin wind mantises with 45 dragons of strength when they reach adulthood. Moreover, there are a large number of Yin wind mantises. This Xia family expert should be able to resist this poisonous fog, but he was poisoned to death. These Yin wind mantises must have mutated. There's poison on their blades. The people of the various great powers looked at each other. They didn't expect that this unfathomable poisonous fog would be so dangerous. Chapter 378. Joining hands among the major forces present, other than the Xia family, only the other two major sects had 50 dragon power experts. As for the rest, they only had 40 dragon power experts. An adult Yin wind mantis had 45 dragon power and was extremely fast. In this kind of situation, it could at least cause trouble for a 50 dragon power expert. Thus, many people hesitated. Xia Hai put away Xia Yang's corpse and returned to the Xia family's camp, saying, "We won't go in first, let's wait." Wait for what? Naturally, they would wait for the next expert to come out and see if there were any other dangers. However, they were disappointed. They waited for more than 10 minutes and did not see a second person come out. It seemed that all of them died inside. Patriarch, what do we do now? Someone in the Xia family team asked. Xia Hai hesitated. Should they go in or not? If they went in, they might be wiped out. If they did not go in, they would have died in vain. One had to know, in order to come to the third layer, several of them had died. Of course, if they gave up on the rainbow fruit and returned to the first layer to collect treasures, it was not a bad choice. However, eating a rainbow fruit that could allow one to break through to 60 dragon power was not a small temptation. Father, what do we do? Xia Yu looked at Xia Hai worriedly. Xia Hai was still deep in thought. At this time, from the corner of his eye, he saw someone leading a team into the poisonous fog. It's that group of independent cultivators, the strongest is only 45 dragon power. They're really courting death. If there's a crisis, this team will definitely fall apart. Xia Yu's third uncle said coldly. After this group of independent cultivators, the second group entered. The rainbow fruit's power was indeed not small. Then, the third group, and the fourth group. The last group was very smart, using the first few groups as cannon fodder and entered behind them. Soon, there were only 3 groups left. Xia family, Flying Cloud sect, and White Cloud Gate. Patriarch Xia, Gate Master Bai, what's your decision? Flying Cloud sect's Gate Master asked from afar. Why, Gate Master He, what's your opinion? White Cloud Gate's Gate Master narrowed his eyes. Flying Cloud sect's Gate Master said with a smile, how about this, the 3 of us temporarily join forces to break through this area. If we see a rainbow treasure tree, we'll divide it equally, how about it? Equal distribution. Hearing this, Xia Hai couldn't help but ask, Sect Master He, have you forgotten about the mysterious person who gave us the beast skin map? After being reminded like this, the flying cloud sect master's figure also trembled. He had forgotten about this. The mysterious man in white had told them the location of the precious tree sect's plantation. How could they not come in? I had people pay attention to that mysterious person. At that time, he also drilled into the ground very early, but I haven't seen him yet. Could it be that he has already entered? The flying cloud sect master frowned. Or perhaps, they are still behind us, or even hiding somewhere so that we can take the lead and eliminate the yin wind mantises inside. The white cloud gate sect master added. Xia Hai pondered for a moment and said, that person's strength is unfathomable. For the time being, let's classify him as someone with 50 dragons of strength. If the three of us join forces, we should be able to make him somewhat wary. So, Patriarch Xia agrees to the alliance. The flying cloud sect master asked. Xia Hai shook his head. If it's just to break through this level, joining forces isn't a problem. However, can you guarantee that there will be exactly 3, 6, or 9 rainbow fruits? This question also stumped the flying cloud sect master. The legendary rainbow treasured tree was very miraculous. It would bear 1 rainbow fruit every 10 years, but it couldn't bear fruit all the time. What if there were a total of 19 rainbow fruits? Who would the extra one go to? What if there were 16, or 20? How about this, we'll join forces first. If there are still fruits left after the 3 of us divide, we'll draw lots. It's only 1 or 2 anyways. If the rainbow treasure tree has truly lived for 1,000 years, there will be at least a few dozen fruits. It's absolutely enough to divide. The white cloud gate sect master said. All right. The flying cloud sect master nodded. If there were 30 fruits, each of them would get 10. It was better to be peaceful. If that mysterious person appears, we'll see how things go. The white cloud gate sect master added. The flying cloud sect master and Xia Hai both understood what he meant by seeing how things go. Seeing how things went was to see the other party's strength. If the mysterious person was weak, they would kill him. If he was stronger than them, they would divide the fruits among the 4 sides. Of course, if the mysterious person was much stronger than them, they could only die, and then the mysterious person would monopolize the rainbow fruits. After the 3 sides joined forces, they began to discuss the specific matters, such as how the 3 sides would stand and so on. Because it was Xia Yang who brought the news, the flying cloud sect and the white cloud gate let Xia Hai choose his position first. The first team didn't go far, so Xia Hai chose to be at the front, the flying cloud sect was at the back on the left, and the white cloud gate was at the back on the right. The 3 sides advanced in a triangle. With these 9 experts with 50 dragon power, it shouldn't be a problem. These more than 30 people were surrounded by the 9 experts in the center, and then entered the thick poisonous fog. As soon as they entered, their vision was immediately limited. They could only see things within 10 meters, so they could only rely on their strong perception. Yi Xian happened to be among them. The 2 sects thought that Yi Xian was a member of the Xia family, and the Xia family had no time to care about him. He mixed in with the 3 teams and followed Xia Yu closely. Although his vision was the same as others, he had the blood of the Beast King. He could feel that there were some creatures moving quickly 1,000 meters away. The 3-party team walked a few hundred meters forward. These few hundred meters could be finished in less than half a second, but it took them 3 minutes to walk. The 9 experts were also on high alert. Although the chilling wind mantis's realm was lower than theirs, this was not the land. If they were ambushed, even the experts with 50 dragons might die. They didn't dare to disperse the poisonous fog, because the more they dispersed, the denser the poisonous fog would be. Now they could see things 10 meters away. If they were courting death, they might not even be able to see things 3 meters away. Stop! Xia Hai, who was walking in the front, suddenly shouted, and everyone in the team stopped. Master Xia, what's the situation? Asked the master of the Flying Cloud sect. Xia Hai walked a few steps forward alone and responded, blood. The Xia family people followed and found that the vines in front of them were full of blood and some pieces of meat. Obviously, these were left by the people who just walked in front of them. Chapter 379. Wind Mantis. Everyone, be careful. The Flying Cloud sect leader immediately shouted. The bloodstains here should be left by the people who walked in front of them. This meant that there might be Wind Mantis around. Xia Hai walked over, picked up a piece of clothing and said, "This is a piece of clothing from the Wang family." This sentence scared everyone. The Wang family. Their three-party team was the last to enter, and they were following behind the second-to-last team. And this second-to-last team was the Wang family. It seems that they encountered the Wind Mantis. Before the Flying Cloud sect leader could finish his words, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the side. He was so scared that he hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, something is attacking." As soon as his voice fell, everyone also heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Immediately, the Flying Cloud sect leader launched an attack with the other two experts. Hiss! Hiss! In two muffled sounds, two giant dark green mantises as tall as a person fell in front of the Flying Cloud sect leader. Fortunately, it's just two 45 dragon wind mantises. The Flying Cloud sect leader breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully put away the corpses. These wind mantises can travel freely in the poisonous fog. We are living targets. Moreover, this poisonous fog is very poisonous. We don't have many antidotes left. I suggest that we speed up. The White Cloud sect leader suggested. Okay, I agree. The Flying Cloud sect leader nodded. Xia Hai also felt that they could not delay any longer. The more they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. He also nodded. At that moment, they quickened their pace, but they did not dare to go too fast. This way, if anything happened, they could respond in time. Just 10 minutes after they entered the poisonous fog, wind mantises attacked again. However, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they slowly approached. A sacred beast with 50 dragon power was not lower than a human's intelligence. They deliberately moved lightly, and even Xia Hai and the others did not notice. However, Yi Xian sensed it. Something is approaching. It's only 1,000 meters away from us. Yi Xian, who was mixed in the Xia family team, suddenly reminded. What? His words made Xia Hai, who was walking in front, stop in his tracks. Kid, we let you stay here, but that doesn't mean you can talk nonsense. Xia Yu's third uncle said angrily. False information was very deadly. Yi Xian ignored him and continued, there are 6 wind mantises. They are only 700 meters away from us. Oh, 600 meters. His words made all the Xia family members widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Xia Hai of the 52 dragons did not notice it, so how did Yi Xian detect it? Could it be true? Little brother, are you sure? Xia Hai didn't ask how Yi Xian knew about this. He only wanted to know if the news was true. I'm sure. We're only 400 meters away. I think they'll make their move soon. Yi Xian nodded. Xia Hai raised his eyebrows and said in shock, be careful, the enemy is attacking. His words almost made the two teams behind him jump up in fright. Wind mantises again. The Flying Cloud sect and White Cloud sect leaders were shocked. They had just raised their vigilance when they noticed the wind mantises that suddenly came out of the poisonous fog. What fast speed! 50 dragon wind mantises. Their expressions immediately changed. This time, a 50 dragon sacred beast appeared directly. This was really dangerous. In an instant, the 16 winged mantises came out, and all of them had the strength of 50 dragons. Fortunately, these 16 winged mantises were evenly distributed, and each of the three forces encountered two of them. Xia Hai of the Xia family had the strength of 52 dragons, and the other two experts also had the strength of 50 dragons. Flying Cloud Sect's leader had the strength of 53 dragons, and the other two had the strength of 51 and 50 dragons. As for White Cloud Sect, their leader had the strength of 51 dragons, and the other two had the strength of 50 dragons. They were still able to handle the two 50-dragon wind mantises. Apart from these 9 experts, the rest of the people did not move. This level of battle was no longer something they could interfere in. All they could do now was to stay vigilant in case more wind mantises came. This battle was without the slightest suspense. Whether it was the number of people or the realm, the human side was superior to the wind mantises. In less than 10 seconds, all 6 wind mantises were killed. Xia Hai put away the corpses of the 2 wind mantises and said, "These wind mantises are really full of poison. If they are cut, ordinary detoxification pills can't cure them. Fortunately, they only have the strength of 50 dragons." Xia Hai was very satisfied with the 2 souls of sacred beasts with the strength of 50 dragons. He turned to look at Yi Xian and the team and said, "Little brother, although I don't know how you found them, this time it's all thanks to you. These 2 wind mantises' corpses are yours as a reward." Yi Xian did not argue and directly accepted it. At this time, Flying Cloud Sect and White Cloud Sect had also been dealt with, but they did not know that it was Yi Xian's credit. "Little brother, if you find these wind mantises again, please be sure to tell me in time," Xia Hai said solemnly. Using some sacred beasts' corpses in exchange for such important information, this trade was naturally worth it. This time, if it was not for Yi Xian, the wind mantises would have killed their way into the crowd in an instant. At that time, the casualties would have been very heavy. These 6 wind mantises are slowly approaching and then preparing to launch a sneak attack. If they attacked at full speed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have time to tell them. Yi Xian shook his head. "It's okay, just do your best. The corpses are all yours," Xia Hai said. "I will." Yi Xian nodded. Although his physique was only 39 dragons, with the Beast King bloodline, he could sense the wind mantises faster than others. The stronger his strength, the stronger his senses. However, the wind mantises were extremely fast. If they exceeded his reaction time, he would not be able to inform Xia Hai. The team began to move forward again. However, before they could take 2 steps, danger struck again. This time, it was far more dangerous than the previous 2 times, because the wind mantises that attacked had 55 dragon strength. Although there were only 3 of them, the speed of their sneak attack was almost beyond Yi Xian's current reaction time. Yi Xian had just opened his mouth when the 3 wind mantises attacked. Moreover, they did not bother the 9 people and directly attacked the team. In an instant, the team was thrown up with countless broken limbs. They were still too slow. Yi Xian's eyes widened. This was not his fault. At this time, a 55 dragons wind mantis attacked the Xia family's team. There were only 15 people in the Xia family's team. After excluding the 3 masters Xia Hai, Yi Xian, and Xia Yu, there were only 10 people left. In the blink of an eye, the Xia family lost 5 masters with 40 dragons. Chapter 380. Sacred Tree of Life. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. He saw that the wind mantises had turned to look at him. Not good. Yi Xian hurriedly unsheathed the Bahuang sword and formed a shield. Clang! As soon as the shield was formed, the wind mantis's sharp sides fell. Fortunately, the Bahuang sword was indestructible, so it blocked the attack. Xia Hai and the other two also reacted and immediately rushed forward. Yi Xian temporarily avoided the attack. Although the sacred beast of 55 dragons was stronger than Xia Hai by 3 dragons, but with the 3 of them working together, they could still fight it. They were afraid that there would be other ill-wind mantises attacking them. Just as the 9 of them were fighting against the 3 in-wind mantises, more in-wind mantises appeared. This time, there were quite a few of them. There were more than 10 of them. Not good, there is a large group of ill-wind mantises coming. Yi Xian's face darkened. At this time, he had not seen the rainbow treasure tree. If he used Beast King Rampage, it would be a waste. However, if he did not use it, this team would be wiped out. Yi Xian was part of this team. Moreover, he might need more people later, so he had to leave some people behind. That's all we can do. Beast King Rampage, kill. 39 dragons of power increased by 30%, instantly becoming 51 dragons of power. In addition to the 20% increase in movement speed, his speed had exceeded 60 dragons of power. The strongest person present only had 53 dragons of power, and Yi Xian's strength had already surpassed them. In an instant, he killed his way out. These dozen ill-wind mantises only had 40 dragons, so he could kill them in a second. He killed one, devoured one, and his strength soared. In less than 3 seconds, he annihilated a group of ill-wind mantises in front of him. Ding! The host has broken through to 40 dragons of power. Beast King Rampage had a duration. With the increase in level, Beast King Rampage would increase again. At this time, there are still in-wind mantises in the other directions. I'll go and kill those 355 dragons first, and leave the rest to them. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he took out a mask and put on a cloak before rushing back. He suddenly remembered that if he changed his identity and stole the kill, the other party would not dare to say anything. He rushed back at top speed, holding a heaven tool in his hand, and instantly killed the Yin Wind Mantis that was besieged by the 3 masters of the Xia family. Then, he unceremoniously swallowed it. Ding! Host has broken through to 42 dragon power. A 55 dragon sacred beast soul allowed Yi Xian to increase his cultivation by 2 realms. What? Xia Hai and the other 2, who were besieging the Yin Wind Mantis, were shocked to see their opponents suddenly die and disappear. The physique of the 3 of them was not weak. They could barely see the expert who had killed the Yin Wind Mantis. Who is it? Xia Hai's eyes widened. It should be known that the 3 of them could only delay for the time being. It would take some time to kill the Yin Wind Mantis. As for the flying dragons that circled around Yi Xian, there were actually a total of 55 dragons, surpassing everyone present. Could it be the mysterious man in white? After killing the Yin Wind Mantis, Yi Xian did not stop. He immediately rushed out and killed the 2 from Flying Cloud Sect and White Cloud Gate. Ding! Host has broken through to 45 dragon power. At this time, the effect of Beast King Rampage had just passed. The sect master of Flying Cloud Sect and White Cloud Gate were also stunned. Where did this expert come from? He actually killed the Yin Wind Mantis with 55 dragon power in 1 hit. There are still Yin Wind Mantis. Don't be careless. Yi Xian disguised his voice, reminded them, and then killed again. At this time, the Yin Wind Mantis had already killed in the team. The whole team was divided, and some of the weaker ones even turned around and ran back like scattered sand. I can't stay here anymore. It seems that I have to act on my own. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as he charged out once again. With his 45 dragons cultivation, including his movement bonus, he could reach 55 dragons. If he used his movement technique, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill the 55 dragons Yin Wind Mantis in an instant. He wanted to take this opportunity to greatly improve his strength. Or, he could go in alone and take a look. There were indeed a lot of winged mantis in this area. Yi Xian killed all the way and moved forward. However, just 2 minutes after he left the team and moved alone, he found some blood stains and some broken limbs. Originally, this would not have attracted his attention, but he actually found a finger on the vine, a human finger wearing an interspatial ring. Most importantly, there were several winged mantis corpses. The team in front, even if they were attacked by the winged mantis, it's impossible that they did not collect the corpses, right? Yi Xian was very surprised. He put away the interspatial ring skeptically and found that there were still many heaven and earth treasures in it. Obviously, no one had touched them. Then, he put away the corpses and continued to move forward. He walked in a straight line for a while. As expected, he found some winged mantis corpses, but there were no human corpses. If those teams were attacked, they might have scattered. It's impossible that they did not find any human corpses. As expected, this sea of vines is not that simple. The corpses. Before Yi Xian could finish his thought, he felt a gust of wind. The wind did not come from all directions, but from under his feet. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed. He suddenly jumped up and slashed at the ground. Clang! The sword qi struck a hard object and instantly dissipated. Yi Xian focused his eyes. It was a vine that stretched out from the ground. It was as thick as a human thigh. It's just as I thought. He widened his eyes. Just now, he was wondering if those human corpses were dragged down and absorbed by these vines. Now, it seemed that was the case. Presumably, in addition to the sneak attacks of the chilling winged mantises, the teams that came in earlier were also attacked by these vines. Whoosh whoosh. The vine attacked again. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He slashed at it with the Bahuang sword. Clang! The Bahuang sword collided with the vine, making a metallic sound. Yi Xian now had 45 dragon power. He used the sky wind sword technique, but he was still unable to cut this vine. How was this possible? Suddenly, Yi Xian had an idea. He immediately condensed the dragon-slaying sword. Dragon-slaying sword, dragon's judgment. Whoosh! A huge slash broke through the air and cut the vine. Then, Yi Xian took a big step forward and held the broken vine in his hand. Ding! The host has successfully fused with the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Chapter 381. Tree Demon, Ding. Assimilation of the sacred tree of life successful. When he heard the notification in his mind, 2 rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's eyes. As expected, this sea of vines was most likely created by the rainbow treasured tree. Only a 1,000-year-old plant could allow Yi Xian to exchange for the sacred tree of life bloodline. After assimilating with the bloodline, Yi Xian felt the true qi in his body quickly recover. In the blink of an eye, the true qi consumed by the dragon's judgment was replenished. What a powerful recovery ability! It's invincible. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The sacred tree of life was known for its recovery ability. Yi Xian reckoned that even if he cut off his arm, it would still regrow. But in the next moment, what he thought happened. The vine that he had cut off a section of actually grew a new branch right in front of him. Damn it, I can't fight like this. Retreat. Yi Xian hurriedly turned tail and ran. Since the other party could recover like him, he naturally couldn't fight to the death with the vine here. He had to find the main body first. At the same time, he understood the fate of the 3-way team. Total annihilation. Total annihilation. And even if he went back, he probably wouldn't be able to save them. After all, vines were constantly growing out of the ground and attacking him. From 1 to 2 vines, then to 3, and finally to 5 vines. The 5 vines were incredibly tough, and their speed surpassed the vines of the 55 dragon-strength wind mantis. If it was a normal person, they would have been stabbed to death and dragged away. But this still couldn't kill Yi Xian. After assimilating with the sacred tree of life, Yi Xian's true qi recovery speed was really fast. Coupled with the fact that he was constantly circulating his cultivation technique, it was even faster than when he took pills. At this moment, he was like a perpetual motion machine. He dodged and cut down the vines blocking his way as he advanced. Along the way, he encountered many wind mantises, but they were all killed by him. When the notification sounded again, he had already broken through to 46 dragon strength. It's too scary. I ran at least 100,000 meters. According to the speed of the three-way team, even if there were no vines, we would still die from the poison. Yi Xian felt very helpless. The speed of the 3 parties was just too slow. Something that could have been done in a few seconds had to be dragged on for several minutes. That said, they were acting cautiously. Unfortunately, it was useless. What awaited them was countless vines. Since he had left the team, the next step was to find the rainbow treasure tree. As long as he could obtain a single rainbow fruit, he would be able to break through to the 60 dragons level. This would be like reaching the heavens in a single bound. Although he couldn't see anything in this poisonous fog, and with his eyesight, he could only see a dozen meters. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary place, and there was no illusion array. Just now, he had confirmed the location, so he went straight there. More vines appeared as the battle progressed. At this moment, there were 10 vines attacking Yi Xian at the same time. Even an expert with 60 dragon strength would have a hard time dealing with them. At this moment, Yi Xian's brows suddenly furrowed. He finally sensed something different. This thing was extremely large, reaching dozens of meters tall. It was also constantly twisting. It was clearly a living thing. Yi Xian's first impression of it was that it was like the giant octopus in the deep sea. However, it had many more tentacles than the giant octopus. The rainbow treasure tree. This was Yi Xian's first reaction. Looks like I found the right one. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed over. When he was only 500 meters away from the rainbow treasure tree, the poisonous fog suddenly thinned out. His vision also widened bit by bit. When he saw the rainbow treasure tree clearly, his whole body trembled. How was this a rainbow treasure tree? What a joke! Right now, in front of him was a withered black tree that didn't even have a single leaf. It was as if it had been burnt. However, this black tree had dozens of thick branches swaying from top to bottom. It was constantly twisting, making Yi Xian feel disgusted. Seeing this, Yi Xian thought of the appearance of burning mercury sulfide. In other words, it was the serpent of Pharaoh. Demonic tree, this is a demonic tree. Yi Xian recognized it. He had heard of it before. A demonic tree was a strange creature. Although it was a plant, it was like a holy beast. Simply put, this demonic tree was also a type of holy beast. It just didn't have a holy beast soul. Whoosh! 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 Just as Yi Xian appeared, this demonic tree twisted its branches and stabbed at Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had to face dozens of vines and branches with 55 dragon power. Fortunately, he had already fused with the sacred tree of life's bloodline. His inner chi quickly recovered, allowing him to continuously use dragon's judgment to cut these vines in half. However, this demonic tree also had extremely strong recovery abilities. The demonic tree couldn't do anything to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian didn't have the energy to spare to attack the demonic tree's trunk. The two sides were in a deadlock. Damn, what happened to the rainbow treasure tree? Why is this disgusting demonic tree so strong? Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he felt that this disgusting demonic tree's attack speed had increased by quite a bit. Moreover, even the vines and branches' defenses had become stronger. Why was this? Could it be that this demonic tree destroyed all three sides' teams? Yi Xian's heart trembled. If that was the case, then they were in trouble. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't make up his mind. He could still use Beast King's rampage one last time to kill this demonic tree. However, he couldn't guarantee that this demonic tree was mutated from the rainbow treasure tree. Moreover, what if there was danger below? Just as he was thinking, a figure suddenly landed on the demonic tree's trunk. "Your Excellency, please stop." A familiar voice rang out. Then, the vines and branches stopped moving. Yi Xian turned his head in surprise and saw a man in white standing on the trunk. It was the masked man who rode the white crane. "It's you!" Yi Xian cried out in surprise. This mysterious man had finally appeared. The mysterious man was still wearing a mask. When he saw that Yi Xian recognized him, he nodded and said, "That's right, it's me." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Those beast skin maps were all made by this mysterious man. But this mysterious man could actually stand on the demonic tree's trunk. It was very strange. Yi Xian's doubts were more or less solved. He looked at the mysterious man and said coldly, "All of this is your trap, right?" "That's right." The masked man admitted directly, "All of this was my plan. Right now, I'm afraid that only you and I are alive on the third floor." Chapter 382. Chilling Wind Mantis King, as expected. Yi Xian's heart sank. It seemed that the alliance between the three parties had been destroyed, including Xiaoyu. "You did this to absorb their corpses?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Yes, I wanted human corpses." The mysterious person nodded. "When I discovered it, its life was about to come to an end. I just so happened to receive the heritage of the precious tree sect from 1,000 years ago. Therefore, I used human corpses to nurture it into a demon tree that feeds on human essence." The heritage of the precious tree sect. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This fellow was indeed connected to the precious tree sect. That rainbow fruit. Yi Xian murmured. It's already a miracle that it survived 1,000 years. How can it bear fruit? The mysterious man sneered. After a short pause, he said, "However, if it absorbs enough human blood essence, it can still bear a fruit. Originally, I wanted to kill these people, but I didn't expect an unforeseen event to occur. Kid, I'll give you a chance now. As long as you submit to me, I'll give you the second fruit that the demon tree bears. How about it? Submit?" Yi Xian snorted coldly. Don't even think about submitting to someone. However, he focused on another key point in the mysterious man's words. The second fruit. This meant that the first fruit would belong to the mysterious man. He guessed in his heart, just how strong was this mysterious man. Since that's the case, why don't you do it yourself? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. I only have 50 dragons of strength, so I can only lure them in and let the demon tree do the work. The mysterious man didn't hide anything, as if victory was in sight. 50 dragons of strength, huh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He hadn't thought that the mysterious man's cultivation level was only 4 dragons higher than his. He estimated that he could kill the mysterious man instantly even without using the Beast King's rampage. Of course, that was if the demon tree didn't interfere. Kid, I know what you're thinking. You can't kill me, because there are more than just demons here. Suddenly, the mysterious man shouted, "Come out!" What? His actions made Yi Xian's heart tremble. Could it be that the mysterious man had other helpers? At this moment, the demonic tree suddenly twisted violently, and then a crack appeared on its trunk. When Yi Xian saw the figure walking out of the demon tree, he was also shocked. Yin Wind Mantis. This Yin Wind Mantis was different from the ones he had seen before. Not only was its entire body a strange purplish red, but it was also taller and bigger. It's the Yin Wind Mantis King that coexists with the tree demon. Its strength has already reached 65 dragon power. With it around, you won't be able to escape, the mysterious man said proudly. He was the one who had nurtured the rainbow treasure tree into a tree demon, and this Yin Wind Mantis King had grown by relying on the tree demon. Therefore, he could indirectly command the Yin Wind Mantis King. Then you want me to submit to you so that I can help you collect human corpses, right? If that's the case, why don't you let it out? Yi Xian asked in surprise. No, the chilling Wind Mantis King coexists with the tree demon. It can't be too far away. The mysterious man shook his head. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, what if I don't submit to you? The mysterious man sneered and said, I have 100 ways to make sure that you won't be able to survive. I like to attack those who think they have outstanding abilities the most. Remember, this is my territory. So what? Do you think that just the tree demon and this Yin Wind Mantis King alone can pose a threat to me? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The mysterious man mimicked him and asked, do you think that with your strength, you can go against the Yin Wind Mantis King? Yi Xian only laughed coldly. Suddenly, 10 dragons flew out from his body. 46 dragon power. Then, he used Beast King Rampage right in front of the mysterious man. 46 dragons turned into 60 dragons in an instant. What? The mysterious man was shocked. Yi Xian actually increased his strength by 14 dragon power. How was that possible? However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian could fight against the Yin Wind Mantis King. After all, the Yin Wind Mantis King was a sacred beast with 65 dragons. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Xian also had a 20% movement speed bonus. If he didn't use martial arts, his speed would surpass that of a martial artist with 70 dragons. If he used the heaven-shattering body technique at 70%, this Yin Wind Mantis King would definitely not be able to keep up with him. Whoosh! Yi Xian didn't want to waste time. After using Beast King Rampage, he rushed out directly. The Yin Wind Mantis King screamed and went up to meet him. As for the tree demon, it twisted its branches and attacked Yi Xian. Clang! Yi Xian took out the Dragon Slayer's sword and slashed at the armor of the Yin Wind Mantis King. Its defense is so strong. He frowned. This Yin Wind Mantis King had also mutated. Its strength was much stronger than that of a sacred beast with 65 dragons. It probably reached 67 or 68 dragons, so its defense was very strong. Whoosh! After the Yin Wind Mantis King approached Yi Xian, it also began to attack with its double sides. Its attack speed was very fast. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's movement speed bonus, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge it. At the same time, the tree demon also used its branches to attack Yi Xian. The branches of the tree demon were very tough and very difficult to cut off. Facing this double attack, Yi Xian also felt a little pressure. Although his strength had reached 60 dragons, his true qi was still at the realm of 46 dragons. It wouldn't be so easy to cut off the branches and the shell of the Yin Wind Mantis King. Moreover, the tree demon's recovery was very strong. Even if it was cut off, it would grow back immediately. Moreover, there was a Yin Wind Mantis King on the side, so he changed his battle plan. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The ringleader here was referring to the mysterious man and the tree demon. The mysterious man had received the inheritance of the precious tree sect. There must be a lot of good things in the ring. If he could get the ring, he might be able to break through again. The tree demon was too difficult to deal with. It would be a good choice to kill it first. Anyway, the Yin Wind Mantis King would be the last to be killed. Whoosh! Yi Xian suddenly burst out with speed and rushed toward the tree demon. The mysterious man's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Yi Xian to have such strength. It was a mistake. Fortunately, the tree demon and the Yin Wind Mantis King were blocking him. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have run in front of him and cut off his head with his sword. Damn it, come out! The mysterious man cursed angrily. In the next moment, another crack appeared on the trunk of the tree demon. Then, another Yin Wind Mantis King walked out of it. What? Yi Xian was shocked. There were two Yin Wind Mantis Kings. Chapter 383. Underworld Swordplay. Yi Xian finally reacted. If there was only one Yin Wind Mantis King, how could it produce so many tiny mantids? Although it was said that the female mantis would eat the male mantis while they were doing it, that was for ordinary mantises. The Yin Wind Mantis was a holy beast. His expression became extremely gloomy. Two Yin Wind Mantis Kings with 65 dragon strength and a tree demon, even if it was 70 dragon strength, it would be able to deal with a 70 dragon strength martial artist. Ha ha ha, boy, you didn't expect this, did you? Since you want to play, I don't mind playing with you. The mysterious man laughed. Humph, Yi Xian snorted coldly and used all his strength to break through. However, when the second Yin Wind Mantis King joined the battle, he was stopped and even forced to retreat. What should we do? He thought quickly in his mind. Under such circumstances, he no longer had any helpers. With 30 dragon strength, he would be sending himself to his death. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Previously, when he had collected so many corpses, he had forgotten one thing, and that was the fusion of martial arts. At this moment, there were still more than 50 sword-type martial arts in the devouring system that had yet to be fused. This was his last straw. Otherwise, he could only flee. Ding! Fusion of martial arts failed. 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 Ding! Fusion of martial arts successful. Host has obtained a middle-grade heaven-level martial art, Underworld Sword Art. Do you want to learn it? After hearing this notification, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he immediately replied, yes. Ding! Host has learned the Underworld Swordsmanship. Current level is 10%. He had finally fused his powers. Yi Xian's eyes widened. This time, he did not use the Sky Wind Sword technique, but the Underworld Sword technique. But now, his position was even more dangerous. Beast King's rage had a duration. If he didn't leave after the duration was up, he would be dead for sure. Since the beginning of time, who hasn't died? Dying early or dying late doesn't make any difference. Let's fight. Yi Xian couldn't care less and began to fight to the death with the two Yin Wind Mantis Kings. Although the Underworld Sword Art was a middle-grade heaven-tier martial art, it was only at 10% completion. No matter how strong it was, it could not be stronger than the Sky Wind Sword Art at 100% completion. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of a sword saint and had a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Ding! Underworld Swordsmanship's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 20%. Ding! Underworld Swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is at 30%. In less than 3 seconds, his mastery of the Underworld Sword Art had increased by 20%. Right now, the power of the Underworld Sword technique had just caught up with the Heavenly Wind Sword technique. Ding! Underworld Swordsmanship's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 40%. At this moment, the power of the underworld sword technique had already surpassed the sky wind sword technique. Originally, he was already at a disadvantage. Now that his attack power had increased, he immediately fought back. However, it was still not enough to kill the two wind mantis kings. Ding! Underworld swordsmanship's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 50%. This time, it was enough. Ha, you're dead meat. Yi Xian's eyes burst out two rays of light and condensed into the Dragon Slayer sword again. Dragon Slaying Sword of 8 Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. A huge white slash swept out and slashed towards the Devil Tree. Yi Xian had tried to attack the Devil Tree from a distance, but the Dragon's Judgment was broken by the sides of the two wind mantis kings. This time, the male wind mantis king still rushed over and slashed with his sides, preparing to break the Dragon's Judgment. However, this Dragon's Judgment was only Yi Xian's attempt to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Underworld Swordsmanship, Sword of Underworld. While the male mantis king was away, Yi Xian suddenly attacked the female mantis king. With a slash of his sword, the female mantis king's head flew off. The underworld swordsmanship's 50% proficiency level had already surpassed the sky wind swordsmanship's 100% proficiency level. Coupled with the Beast King bloodline's Beast King deterrence, even if the female mantis king's armor was hard, it could not withstand the slash. The female mantis king was dead. Yi Xian rushed forward and devoured the female mantis king's corpse. Ding! Host has broken through to 48 dragon power. When the notification sounded, 3 more dragons appeared beside Yi Xian. 63 dragon power. Beast King Rampage, a divine skill. The male mantis king had just broken the dragon's judgment, and by the time it reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of it. Underworld Swordsmanship, Sword of Underworld. A slash containing the aura of death swept across the male mantis king's head. It suffered the same fate as the female mantis king, being beheaded by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through to 50 dragon power. The number of dragons changed once again. Now, Yi Xian had 65 dragon power. The 2 mantis kings were killed by Yi Xian within a second. This scene happened so quickly that the mysterious man did not have time to react. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already slashed out with the dragon's judgment. The dragon's judgment cut through dozens of branches, then sank into the trunk of the demonic tree, which was at least 10 meters thick. Crack! The trunk of the demonic tree was cut in half at the waist, then fell backward. No! The mysterious man standing on a branch shouted loudly. This demonic tree was something that he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. Just a little more, and he would have been able to condense a fruit if he had just gotten a few more human corpses. Just as he was feeling pained, a figure flew over. He only saw a flash of cold light, and then he saw his own body. Like the 2 mantis kings, it had its head chopped off. Plop! His head fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He would never have thought that he, who could control 2 wind mantis kings, would die at the hands of Yi Xian. In fact, when the last dragon's judgment was slashed out, the duration of Beast King's rampage had already passed. However, both wind mantis kings were dead, so this battle was a foregone conclusion. Humph! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me with only 50 dragon power? You're courting death. Yi Xian snorted coldly and took off the mysterious man's mask. It was a face that he had never seen before. However, this mysterious man's age was beyond his expectations. He estimated that this person was at most 25 years old. He was just curious. Now that he saw the mysterious man's true face, he did not think much of it. He turned around and put away the mysterious man's yin and yang ring. When he turned to look at the demonic tree, he found that the decapitated demonic tree began to wither quickly, then turned into a thick layer of ash. What a pity. If I devoured it, it would have been worth a lot of experience points. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He began to check the mysterious man's yin and yang ring, and found that there were indeed many good things inside. Most of them were heaven and earth treasures. At the same time, there was a pile of books on the cultivation of heaven and earth treasures in the precious tree sect. Yi Xian was not interested in this, but he still recorded it into the devouring system. Ding! The host has broken through to 52 dragon power. Chapter 384. He got the wrong person. Ding! Host has broken through to 52 dragon's power. After devouring everything inside, Yi Xian's strength increased again. Although there was no rainbow fruit that could allow one to break through to 60 dragon power, Yi Xian's harvest this time was quite good. One had to know that when he came, he was not even 30 dragons. Now, the matter was finally over. Yi Xian observed his surroundings for a moment before quickly leaving. However, he didn't leave the third level. Instead, he ran around in the poisonous fog. In this fog, there were still wind mantises. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. He looked down and realized that the vines under his feet were beginning to wither. Wei Zhentian. He hastily called out Wei Zhentian. Boom! The entire sea of vines turned into ashes and collapsed. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted quickly and sat on Wei Zhentian's back. So that's how it is. This poisonous fog is emitted by the pile of poisonous heavenly treasures below. Yi Xian rode Megatron and quickly descended. Down below, there were countless skeletons of human beings and corpses of sinister wind mantises, as well as many cosmos rings and poisonous herbs. Yi Xian jumped down from Wei Zhentian's back again. Previously, he didn't dare to collect these poisonous plants. Now that he had fused with the sacred tree of life's bloodline, he wasn't afraid anymore. Immediately, he began to collect the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and interspatial rings. As for the wind mantises that were still alive, he just killed them one by one. The fog had yet to descend, so he took this opportunity to explore the entire third floor. At the same time, he also discovered the corpses of the 3 sect alliance members, which naturally included the Xia family. What a pity, such a beauty is gone just like that. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. After sweeping through the third floor, he returned to the second floor. There were still many poisonous plants on the second floor, so he strolled around for a while before returning to the first floor. The first level's natural treasures were almost completely swept clean. After all, many people retreated in the face of the second level's poisonous fog and returned to the land. When Yi Xian devoured all of these things, he broke through to 55 dragon power. Of the 4 great forces in this area, the strongest was only 54 dragons, and he had already surpassed that. Looks like I can't stay here any longer. I have to go to a more prosperous place. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now, he also understood the geographical structure of the Bloodstone continent. He was currently in the Luosha region, which was under the jurisdiction of the Battle King Hole. The Luosha region was divided into countless territories. His current territory was extremely small, and it couldn't even be considered a low-level territory. After all, there was a spirit realm expert in a low-level territory. However, when he returned to the land, he discovered that there were other people here. However, he felt that something was wrong because he saw a few people who seemed to be interrogating others. They're out. Someone's out. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw Yi Xian, the strange white-clothed man wearing a mask. Master, that's him. At this time, someone suddenly pointed at him and shouted. Oh. An elder turned his head to look at Yi Xian in surprise. You're the one who killed my disciple? your disciple. Yi Xian turned his head with some surprise, wondering if the other had mistaken him for someone else. The youth who'd pointed at him just now continued, Master, he's the one who set the trap and killed junior brother, stealing the precious tree sect's heritage that originally belonged to us. Yi Xian was now certain that the other had mistaken him for someone else. This was because he was still wearing a mask. The mysterious person was also wearing a mask and wearing white, and was about the same height as him. Bastard, how dare you kill my disciple? I'm going to capture you and let you experience the feeling of being cut into 1,000 pieces. The elder roared loudly and charged towards Yi Xian with large strides. 65 dragons. This elder was actually an expert with 65 dragons. Yi Xian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It was obvious that this elder was definitely a local and had come from another territory. At this time, he'd also thought things through. The mysterious person must have killed someone and stolen the precious tree sect's heritage. He must have heard of what was happening here and hurried over. What was even more coincidental was that he'd mistaken him for the mysterious person who'd died. Although Yi Xian wanted to explain, the elder was too fast and didn't give him a chance to speak. He was in front of him in the blink of an eye. This elder had 65 dragons of strength, the same as the 2 wind mantis kings. However, his strength was absolutely above the 2 mantis kings. The elder's casual punch contained unparalleled strength. If this punch had landed on Yi Xian's head, it would have blown Yi Xian's brains apart. However, Yi Xian wouldn't allow him to be so presumptuous. Bahuang's sword, break. With a crisp sound, the Bahuang sword shattered into 8 sharp blades and attacked Yi Xian from 8 directions. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the heaven-shattering movement method to dodge the punch. Whoosh whoosh. The elder was slightly surprised when the wind from the punch whistled past him. Humph, have you already swallowed that rainbow fruit? A mere 55 dragons is nothing to this old man. The elder's body trembled as a thick surge of true qi rippled out, sending the 8 blades flying. However, the Bahuang wind formation was only one of Yi Xian's attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken out a low-rank celestial weapon. An aura of death began to spread out. Yi Xian chopped down with extreme speed. It was as if Mount Tai was crashing down, giving the elder a sense of oppression. What? The elder once again felt incredulous. It was extremely rare for a cultivator with 55 dragons of strength to be able to train a sword method to such a level. However, he wasn't to be trifled with. Clang! The elder took out a long sword and blocked the chop. Then, he used his true qi to push Yi Xian's long sword away and counterattacked. His attack wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's. 100% mastery. Yi Xian reacted instantly. He didn't expect to see an expert who had trained his martial arts to 100% mastery. However, he wasn't afraid. Bahuang's sword, assemble. He reassembled the Bahuang sword. His opponent's offensive and movement techniques were on par with his. Therefore, if he wanted to win, he had to use the Bahuang sword. The Bahuang sword was stronger when facing a strong opponent. Yi Xian held it in his hand. The strength of his true qi wasn't any weaker than the elder's. Moreover, he could use the elder to increase the proficiency of the underworld swordsmanship. This brat does have some ability. The old man frowned, but his eyes flashed with killing intent. His 3 disciples were right behind him. His 65 dragons of strength couldn't do anything to a 55 dragons brat like Yi Xian. It was really embarrassing. Therefore, he didn't want to capture Yi Xian. Instead, he attacked with all his might to kill Yi Xian. However, after exchanging more than 10 moves with Yi Xian, he realized that he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Moreover, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 385. Kill. Ding! Yellow Spring Sword Technique's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 60%. Ding! Yellow Spring Sword Technique's proficiency level has reached the upper limit. When Yi Xian heard this notification in his mind, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Proficiency level should be related to his cultivation level. As long as he continued to break through, the number would increase again. But this was a topic for another time. Right now, he had to kill this old man first. If you don't give me a chance to speak, then I'll kill you. I'll send you to hell with my 60% proficiency level Yellow Spring Sword Technique. Yi Xian's aura surged as he turned his anger into strength and attacked madly. Originally, he and the old man were evenly matched. However, as his proficiency in the middle grade heaven class underworld sword art increased, he broke the balance. The situation was tilting in his direction, and the old man was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. How is this possible? The old man's 3 disciples were shocked. Although they only had 50 dragon strength, they understood the old man's strength. But today, the old man couldn't do anything to someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. This was too surreal. What's going on? Why does Master seem to be at a disadvantage? Impossible, there must be a problem. The other must have used some underhanded method. It's only been a few months, but this person's cultivation level has soared to 5 dragons. His battle strength has also skyrocketed. This must be the effect of the precious tree sect's inheritance and the rainbow fruit. The 3 of them had greedy expressions on their faces. They had come here for 2 reasons. Firstly, to avenge their junior brother. Secondly, to obtain the rainbow fruit that could allow them to break through to 60 dragon powers. Swish! At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, and the 3 saw the old man rapidly retreat. Master's arm has been cut off. The 3 were very shocked. At this moment, the old man suddenly shouted, "Bastard brat, this old man won't let you have peace even if I die." The old man's voice reverberated in the air, and then his body began to expand. Bam! After a huge sound, the old man's body suddenly exploded, sending pieces of flesh flying everywhere. Yi Xian was also astonished. What kind of F***king martial arts was this? How could he self-destruct? However, when the old man self-destructed, he had already used his true energy to protect himself, so the flesh and blood did not splatter onto him. However, the moment the old man died, a red mark drilled into his body. Ding! Host has been hit by the soul-chasing imprint. Soul-chasing mark. Yi Xian frowned in astonishment. What was this? When did he get it? He looked down and was shocked to find that his chest was stained red. Just now, he had used his Xinqi to block the attack, but what he had blocked was the old man's blood essence using a special method. It was a type of sensory imprint. What the hell is this? Yi Xian reached out and tried to wipe it off. Realizing that he couldn't wipe it off, he flipped open his shirt to take a look. There was already a red dot on his chest, but he still couldn't wipe it off. Just as he was thinking about it, the old man's 3 disciples looked at each other. An expert with 65 dragons of power was beheaded by Yi Xian with 55 dragons of power. This was a challenge that surpassed 10 levels. Run! The 3 of them immediately reacted and turned to run. You want to run? Yi Xian's eyes flickered, but he did not chase after them. He quietly collected the old man's interspatial ring. However, the 8 sharp blades had already shattered and caught up to the 3 of them. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds were heard, and 2 heads flew. Meanwhile, the 3rd person was stopped by several sharp blades and did not dare to move at all. Don't kill me. The last person was so scared that he wet himself and hurriedly begged for mercy. Yi Xian put away the old man's interspatial ring, then slowly walked over and said, "What is this red dot on my body?" The young man swallowed and said slowly, "If I tell you, you won't kill me." However, just as he said this, he felt a chill on his arm, and a fresh severed arm was thrown into the air. I'll tell you." The young man endured the pain of his severed arm and hurriedly said, "This is a secret technique of the Gui Yuan sect. It condenses all the blood in the body into a single drop and leaves a mark on the enemy's body. Anyone who practices the Gui Yuan sect's techniques will be able to sense it." "So you're saying that I'm now a GPS signal transmitter?" Yi Xian thought to himself. If he encountered someone from the Gui Yuan sect, he would definitely be thought to have killed someone from the Gui Yuan sect. When that time came, he would attract a lot of trouble. "I've already told you. Can you spare?" the young man said. However, before he could finish speaking, the 8 desolate blades were suddenly activated. Then, another head was thrown into the air. Facing an enemy, Yi Xian would not show mercy. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, it would only bring him more trouble. Then, he put away the 3 people's interspatial rings. Ding! The host has broken through to 58 dragons of power. The old man and the 3 people were quite wealthy. It allowed him to jump from 55 dragons of power to 58 dragons of power. At this moment, if the old man could be resurrected, he would probably be killed by Yi Xian in an instant. At this moment, Yi Xian noticed that there were more than 10 warriors from the family who had been captured by the old man and the other 3 for interrogation. "Sir, please spare our lives." The leader of the warriors took the lead and knelt down. Then, everyone else knelt down. Although Yi Xian had killed many people, it was not to the extent of killing innocent people. Moreover, these people were not at a high level, so he was too lazy to make a move. "Hand over your interspatial rings and I'll spare your lives." Yi Xian's cold voice fell into everyone's ears. Yes, yes, yes. Immediately, this group of people took off their interspatial rings. Then, the leader of the warriors handed them over to Yi Xian. They also understood that Yi Xian wanted to let them go. Otherwise, they would have become corpses long ago. Even an expert with 65 dragons of power had died at the hands of Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. After keeping the interspatial rings, Yi Xian quickly left and disappeared in front of this group of people. Phew! This group of people heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were penniless, it was already very difficult to keep their lives. After leaving, Yi Xian summoned Wei Zhentian and went to a quiet place. There were many ores in the old man's interspatial ring. Together with the heaven artifacts that he had collected, Wei Zhentian had the chance to eat a good meal. This time, it was a close call, but I used up my last Beast King rampage. Next, I have to go and get some corpses of the sacred beasts of 60 dragons. Yi Xian thought to himself. Beast King Rampage was his greatest trump card. In this world where danger lurked everywhere, he needed to have a trump card that he could use at all times. This time, he rested for 3 full days. Chapter 386. How unlucky! His heaven-shattering method had also improved slightly in these 3 days, breaking through to 80%. As for the yellow spring sword technique, he still couldn't improve it, so he could only give it up for now. During this time, he also experimented and tested the Sacred Tree of Life's abilities. Indeed, the Sacred Tree of Life possessed unparalleled recovery abilities. He hardened his heart and cut off his left arm. Immediately afterwards, he saw the severed arm begin to shrink and turn into a puddle of blood. But before this, a new arm grew out from where his severed arm had been, looking exactly the same as before. The Sacred Tree of Life was indeed amazing. Yi Xian was very much looking forward to this. If a top-rank bloodline was already so strong, how strong would a divine rank bloodline be? As for the soul-chasing seal, Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to it. He estimated that as long as he reached 65 dragons of strength, he should be able to get rid of it. 3 days later, he left on Wei Zhentian, who'd grown to 50 dragons of strength. Now, this area couldn't hold him anymore, so he had to go to a higher level place. His destination this time was a place called Redwood Region. This territory could barely be considered a low-level territory because its lord was a spirit realm expert. Wei Zhentian's speed had increased greatly after breaking through to 50 dragons of strength. Yi Xian arrived at Redwood Region in just 2 days. 2 days of hurrying had caused Yi Xian's mouth to grow thin. He had Wei Zhentian stop outside the city, then prepared to enter the city to eat a good meal and take care of some matters along the way. What he wanted to do now was to find an auction house and pass down the precious tree sect's method of cultivating worldly treasures. Even the worst sect in Redwood Region was stronger than the precious tree sect, but that didn't mean that no one wanted the sect's methods. In fact, they might even pay a high price. After all, this was a land of great talents. If a large sect obtained it, they might be able to grow a spirit tree that was even better than the rainbow treasured tree. Of course, he also wanted to purchase some sacred beast corpses with 60 dragons of strength. Yi Xian entered the city called Devil Ape City. The demon ape was an extremely powerful saint beast, with a strength of 70 dragon powers. The city lord of the Devil Ape City had cultivated a technique that allowed him to temporarily transform into a devil ape. Yi Xian walked in. After asking around, he found a good restaurant and prepared to have a good meal. The restaurant was a good place to hear many things. This time, Yi Xian heard about the Undying Sword God. The Undying Sword God had attempted the Sword God Pagoda more than 1,000 times, but he had never succeeded. Furthermore, the Undying Sword God was heavily injured this time, so he should be able to rest for a while. Yi Xian didn't take it to heart because he was too far away from the Undying Sword God. The Undying Sword God was an expert that had surpassed the spirit's 4 realms. He had already reached the Nihility God realm. As for Yi Xian, he hadn't even reached the spirit realm. This kind of thing, it was better to just listen. When the dishes were served, Yi Xian was like a hungry tiger and began to eat like crazy. However, when he was halfway through his meal, a voice suddenly rang out. "Young masters, this way please." The waiter led the 2 of them upstairs. "Senior brother, where did the elders go?" "The elders went to find the Devil Ape City's city lord. They will be here soon." "City lord? How does the elders know the city lord?" "Nonsense, the city lord of the Devil Ape City was once an elder of our Gui Yuan sect. Where do you think we get all our cultivation resources from?" "So that's how it is." The 2 white-clothed youths chatted as they walked upstairs. At the same time, when Yi Xian heard the conversation between the 2, his chopsticks couldn't help but stop. Gui Yuan sect. The elder he killed in the Precious Tree sect's plantation was a member of the Gui Yuan sect. Damn, my luck is too bad. The Gui Yuan sect is actually established in the Redwood territory. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, the 2 of them had already gone upstairs. Suddenly, the young man in the lead frowned and looked straight at Yi Xian. From the beginning, he'd had a strange feeling in his heart. Now that he saw Yi Xian, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. "Senior brother, this feeling, could it be the soul-chasing mark?" The leading youth's junior brother asked in surprise. The leading youth's face was cold. This was the first time he had encountered the soul-chasing mark, so he didn't immediately react. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. He stealthily placed his hand on his long sword and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, he has the soul-chasing mark on him. He must have killed someone from our Gui Yuan sect. Later, you will help me capture this person. But, we don't know his cultivation level." The junior brother replied in a low voice. "So what? The reason why our Gui Yuan sect has been able to survive until now is because of our unity. Now that we have seen the person who killed our disciples, how can we let him go? The youth said in a low voice. His junior brother was still a little worried and said weakly, "Senior brother, why don't we wait for the elders? Junior brother, you were promoted to a true disciple, but you are still so weak. Since you are afraid, I will do it myself." After the youth finished speaking, he pulled out his long sword with a clang and charged towards Yi Xian. "Brat, how dare you kill someone from our Gui Yuan sect? Today, I will avenge my junior brother." When these words fell into Yi Xian's ears, a simple and unadorned long sword appeared in his hand. Crack! The Bahuang sword broke into 8 pieces and flew out in an instant. The youth only had 58 dragons of strength, which was the same level as Yi Xian. Facing the attack of the Bahuang wind formation, he probably wouldn't even last a second. Indeed, in less than a second, the youth was chopped into several pieces. Not only that, but his junior brother also died miserably. When the 2 heads fell to the floor of the second floor of the restaurant, the entire second floor fell silent. Someone actually dared to kill someone in the Devil Ape City. No one in the Redwood territory agreed. The Devil Ape City also had its own laws, and one of them was that it was forbidden to kill in the city. However, Yi Xian had already violated this law. After all, he had already killed someone from the Gui Yuan sect, so he might as well kill 2 more. He quickly stood up, put away the 2 people's belongings, and turned to leave. However, just as he jumped out, a loud roar resounded in the sky. "How dare you kill a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect? You are courting death." Hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head and saw 3 elders running towards him on the roof. Gui Yuan sect elders. 1 with 68 dragons, 2 with 67 dragons. Yi Xian glanced at them and his heart trembled. With his current strength, he should be able to fight against the 3 of them. However, this was the Devil Ape City. If he fought, what if the mayor of the Devil Ape City was attracted? Chapter 387. Lord of Demonic Ape City, I don't care if you're from the Gui Yuan sect. Kill. Yi Xian immediately made a decision in his heart. He estimated that if he killed these 3 people, he would at least be able to break through to 60 dragon power. Suddenly, his aura surged as he condensed a dragon-slaying sword and charged forward. "Brat, you're advancing instead of retreating. Do you think the 3 of us are trash?" One of the Gui Yuan sect elders was furious as he raised his hand and slapped towards Yi Xian. This slap was like a mountain pressing down on Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not care at all as he slashed down with his dragon-slaying sword. Dragon's Judgment. Bang! The 2 energies collided and a shockwave swept out in an instant, sending some of the stronger martial artists flying. Those who could live here were all weak. The weakest among them had 40 dragon power and would not be killed by the shockwave. However, these buildings were different. In an instant, the surrounding buildings collapsed with a loud bang. Smoke and dust filled the air as a great battle broke out. "Brat, I don't care which sect you're from. Since you dared to kill my people, I want you to pay with your life." After witnessing Yi Xian's power, the leading elder roared in anger. He was different from the 2 Gui Yuan sect disciples. He was very familiar with the soul-chasing mark, so he could sense it in an instant. At the same time, he also guessed that Yi Xian should be from some big faction. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to block his attack with only 58 dragon power. Die! The 3 of them did not dare to be careless. They instantly rushed to Yi Xian's side and attacked together. As for Yi Xian, he was also holding his dragon-slaying sword and using a mid-grade heaven-level martial art, the underworld sword technique. Although he was weaker than the 3 of them, with the 20% increase in movement speed, the mid-grade heaven-level martial art, the underworld sword technique, and the 8 desolate sword, it was only a matter of time before he killed the 3 of them. "I have to end this quickly. Die, my sword falls to the underworld. Yi Xian swept out his sword and struck one of them with lightning speed, sending him flying. Although he was not able to kill him, he was able to severely injure him, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Most importantly, the pincer attack of the three instantly turned into two. This must be a mid-grade heaven-level martial art. The two old men who were still present were stunned for a moment before they reacted. That kind of attack power had already surpassed what they knew. Kill him and get the mid-grade heaven-level martial art. The two of them had the same thought. However, they underestimated Yi Xian's strength. 8 Desolate Sword, 60% Mastery of Middle-Grade Heaven-Level Martial Arts, and Sword Saint Bloodline. You think you can stop me? Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl. His entire body moved like a ghost. His speed was even faster than the two of them. T-Dai's underworld sword descends. Yi Xian roared angrily as he slashed out again, sending an elder flying. Now, there was only one person left. Not good. The remaining elder's face darkened. Even if he was 10 dragons stronger than Yi Xian, the three of them could not do anything to Yi Xian. Now that he was the only one left, how could he fight? Retreat. The old man's eyes flashed as he explosively retreated. However, Yi Xian's speed was even faster than his. How could he leave? With 2 less obstacles, Yi Xian could focus on attacking the elder. In just a second, the elder was completely defeated by the 60% Imperial City sword techniques. Kid, you're courting death. The 2 elders who were sent flying by Yi Xian also came forward. However, they did not see that 2 beams of light had already shot out from Yi Xian's eyes. Underworld Sword Technique, S. Yi Xian's body suddenly emitted a sinister aura. Without hesitation, he turned around and slashed with his sword. A crisp sound was heard, followed by a head being thrown into the air. He was already heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced. However, he courted death by sending himself to Yi Xian. Yi Xian naturally would not show mercy. After the death of the 67 Dragons Origin returning sect elder, Yi Xian took a step forward and took off his universe ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 59 dragons. Another flying dragon rose from the elder's body. He broke through in battle. The remaining 2 elders were shocked. They finally understood who they had offended. They immediately turned around and fled. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. With a few strides, he killed the other heavily injured old man. After devouring the items in the Qian Kun ring, he set his eyes on the elder of the Gui Yuan sect who had 68 dragons. City Lord, save me. The elder suddenly roared as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Yi Xian frowned. Looking through the elder's silhouette, he saw a burly man rushing towards them. It was the city lord of the Devil Ape City. Oh no! His expression changed as he quickly chased after him. Underworld Sword Technique. An aura of death spread. Stop! The burly man in front of Yi Xian shouted. However, he could not scare Yi Xian. Yi Xian waved his arm and the 3rd elder's head flew off. Blood splattered everywhere like a fountain. Dead! With his head chopped off, the elder's speed slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly took the elder's universe ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 60 dragons of power. When this notification sounded, Yi Xian's fighting spirit burned to the extreme. However, he did not have time to rejoice because the burly man had already rushed in front of him. The moment the burly man punched, Yi Xian's brain suddenly stopped working. It was as if time had been pulled back to a few centuries ago. When Yi Xian came back to his senses, the wind from the punch had already arrived. No, rather than calling it a fist, it would be better to call it a huge meteorite that smashed towards Yi Xian. So strong. If I get hit, I'm afraid I'll be killed instantly. Yi Xian's heart sank. At this moment, he had no way to retreat. He could only face it head-on. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Bahuang sword shattered and reformed into the Bahuang shield in front of him. Coincidentally, the burly man's punch also arrived. An incomparably powerful force slammed into the 8 Desolation shield. Yi Xian did not have time to dodge and took the hit. Boom! The huge impact landed on Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian could only feel the qi and blood in his body churning. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he also felt that several of his bones were broken. Bam! The burly man's punch sent Yi Xian flying. However, he did not follow up with another attack. Pfft. Chapter 388. The fierce battle, you killed 3 of them. The muscular man looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. There were 7 dragons flying around him, all of them big. 70 dragon strength. He was the Devil Ape City's mayor. What the F***ck, it's just 2 more dragons. Isn't that a little too strong? Yi Xian felt a chill in his heart. If the Devil Ape City's mayor took advantage of the situation and attacked him, he would be in danger. However, he was only hit by that punch because of the Devil Ape City's mayor's sneak attack. Otherwise, he would not have been hit. They wanted to kill me. Do you think I will be killed by them? Yi Xian said word by word. He was stalling for time so that the sacred tree of life could heal his injuries. In the blink of an eye, the broken ribs were broken down and replaced by new ones. This was the powerful recovery ability of the sacred tree of life. As long as he was not killed instantly, he would be able to heal indefinitely. The Devil Ape City's mayor was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You have the soul-chasing mark of the Gui Yuan sect. Did you kill the people of the Gui Yuan sect?" Yi Xian was also stunned. In the next moment, he suddenly remembered the conversation between the 2 Gui Yuan sect's direct disciples in the restaurant. The Devil Ape City's mayor was also an elder of the Gui Yuan sect. Naturally, he also practiced the techniques of the Gui Yuan sect. He wanted to kill me and steal my treasure. Can't I resist? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said. The Devil Ape City's mayor snorted, "What you said has no evidence. However, it is a fact that you killed 3 elders of the Gui Yuan sect. Surrender and I'll spare your life." Yi Xian was able to kill 3 elders of the Gui Yuan sect. This was enough to prove his aptitude. A person with such aptitude would definitely have an extraordinary identity. In the Redwood territory, there were many cities that were more powerful than the Devil Ape City. There were even families that were more powerful than the Devil Ape City. He was testing Yi Xian. However, he did not know that Yi Xian came from a small continent. No, rather than a continent, it would be better to call him a small island. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally would not reveal his name. It's impossible for me to surrender. If you want to capture me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Yi Xian laughed coldly. At this time, his injuries had already healed, and even his true qi had recovered to its peak. I'll give you another chance. You better cherish it. Your 60 dragon power is nothing in my eyes. The demonic ape city master narrowed his eyes. How do you know that I will definitely lose to you if we haven't fought? Yi Xian's expression turned cold. Just now, he had killed 3 elders of the Gui Yuan sect with the strength of 58 dragons, and one of them was 68 dragons. That was a strength that exceeded the strength of 10 dragons. Now, he had broken through to 60 dragons, while Devil Ape City's city master had 70 dragons of power. That was a difference of 10 dragons. However, Devil Ape City's city master's strength was not something that an ordinary 70 dragons expert could compare to. He had to take this seriously. After all, the sacred beast corpses that he had devoured were not enough for him to use Beast King Rampage once. Alright, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then I'll see what right you have to kill people in my territory. The demonic ape city lord shouted loudly as he madly dashed towards Yi Xian. He didn't know when he'd put on a pair of gloves. Sorrowful emptiness palm. Devil Ape City Master struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print destroyed the street as it rushed toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian had no intention of retreating. He condensed his Dragon Slayer sword and used the Bahuang sword to make up for the difference in true chi between him and Devil Ape City Master. In terms of true chi, he was not inferior. In terms of speed, he was not inferior either. In terms of attack, he was even more superior than Devil Ape City Master. Underworld sword technique, a mid-tier heaven-level martial art, and the power of his sword Saint bloodline allowed him to easily defeat the huge palm print. You do have some ability, Devil Ape City Master raised an eyebrow. He had underestimated Yi Xian. Again. Devil Ape City Master roared and rushed forward. This time, he wanted to fight in close combat. At this time, countless people had gathered on the rooftops in the distance. A battle of this level was not something that could be seen everywhere. Some talented people could learn a lot from this battle and improve themselves. However, no one present could see Yi Xian's speed clearly. They could only hear the huge movements and afterimages. So strong. Where did this kid come from? He can actually fight to a draw with the city master. Nonsense, how can it be a draw? The city master still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Yes, there's still the devil ape transformation. The city master seems to have cultivated this martial art to an extremely high level. Once he uses it, he can increase the strength of 5 dragons. Increasing the strength of 7 dragons by 5 dragons, that's 75 dragons. That's terrifying. A group of people began to chat. On the battlefield, the battle was intense. Tendon-splitting hand. Underworld sword style. Yi Xian and Devil Ape City Master both used their best martial arts. The latter's tendon-splitting hand had been cultivated to the pinnacle and was extremely powerful. Every time Yi Xian was hit, the meridians in his hand would instantly rupture. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. In less than a second after his meridians ruptured, they would automatically reconnect. Therefore, Devil Ape City Master's move had no effect on him. What's wrong with this kid? Normally, a person's entire arm would be crippled after being hit by my palm. But I've already hit him 3 times, and he's still able to fight back as if nothing happened. Devil Ape City Master thought as he attacked. He could not understand what was going on with Yi Xian. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was secretly laughing. He had deliberately extended his left hand to let his opponent hit him. His goal was to exhaust his opponent's true energy. At this time, he and Devil Ape City Master seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact, he had the upper hand. However, Devil Ape City Master's realm was higher than his, and his true energy was more abundant. He did not care about a mere 3 palm strikes. The battle between the two was extremely intense. They fought from outside the restaurant all the way down the long street. The entire street was destroyed by them. Fortunately, the people had already dispersed. Otherwise, they would have been caught in the crossfire. A battle of this level could easily affect the crowd. If they were not careful, there would be heavy casualties. Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but you're just wasting time. I'll give you one more chance. As long as you surrender, I'll guarantee your safety. Devil Ape City Master shouted. This was the 3rd chance he had given Yi Xian. City Master really knows how to joke. Yi Xian snorted coldly and continued to attack. If Devil Ape City Master only had this much ability, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Moreover, he had the strength to retreat. If he wanted to leave, Devil Ape City Master would not be able to do anything to him. The two fought fiercely along the long street from the east to the west, destroying nearly half of the city. At the same time, Devil Ape City Master's true energy was reduced to less than half. Chapter 389. Kill as usual. This kid only has 60 dragon powers, but he has the ability to fight against me. The weapon in his hand should be a mid-grade heaven-class weapon, and the martial arts he is using should also be a mid-grade heaven-class martial arts. Where did he come from? The demonic ape city lord frowned. Yi Xian's identity was too mysterious, so he did not kill him. If it were anyone else, he would have used his trump card and killed them. As he pondered in his heart, he was completely unaware that he and Yi Xian had already fought all the way to his doorstep. The huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the experts in the City Lord Manor. Isn't that the City Lord? The City Lord is fighting with someone. He's so strong. Who is that kid? He can actually fight the City Lord to a draw. Cut the crap. Go and help. A few experts with 60 dragon powers shouted and joined the battle. The demonic ape City Lord did not stop them. He believed that more people could help him capture Yi Xian. However, what he did not know was that these people were simply giving Yi Xian benefits. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Yi Xian's eyes widened. What he lacked was given to him. As long as he broke through once or twice, he could kill the demonic ape City Lord. This time, there were 6 people who rushed out of the City Lord Manor. All of them had 66 dragon powers and above, and the strongest one had 68 dragon powers. The 6 of them joined the battle instantly, increasing the pressure on Yi Xian. It would be great if I could use Beast King's rampage once. Yi Xian felt helpless. Although these people were benefits, it was not that easy to kill one of them while being surrounded by 7 people. If he had enough sacred beast corpses, he could use Beast King's rampage. This would allow his 60 dragon powers to instantly increase to 80 dragon powers, giving him the ability to kill everyone in an instant. Unfortunately, he did not. I'm still a little short of corpses. As long as I kill 1 or 2 people, and if my luck is not too bad, I should be able to gather enough corpses, Yi Xian thought as he retreated. These people were all experts with 60 dragon powers, so there would definitely be sacred beast corpses with more than 60 dragon powers in their rings. Therefore, he decided to give it his all. Brat, die. The 68 dragons martial artist suddenly shot forward and thrust his sword at Yi Xian's chest. But this time, Yi Xian had no intention of dodging. Let's fight. In the face of this person's attack, Yi Xian did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with his chest puffed out. What? The 7 people present were all shocked. Was he going to risk his life? Hiss. While they were still in shock, a crisp sound rang out. They saw that Yi Xian's chest had been pierced by a long sword. It was only half a finger's distance away from his heart. Crazy. What a lunatic. This was the 7 people's evaluation of Yi Xian. Motherf **Ker, I didn't get hurt for nothing. I'll make you pay with your lives. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and sent out a slash imbued with the aura of death, killing the cultivator who had pierced his chest. Then, he put away the other party's interspatial ring. Devour. Ding. The host has broken through to 61 dragons of strength. This was good news. But this was only the first piece of good news. The corpses are enough. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. What? Seeing Yi Xian suddenly form a new dragon, the 6 people present were all shocked. Not good. Suddenly, the Devil Ape City Mayor raised an eyebrow. He felt that Yi Xian was exuding an extremely dangerous aura, so he immediately made a decision. Devil Ape Transformation. The Devil Ape City Mayor immediately used his trump card. Then, his hair began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a devil ape more than 2 meters tall. The number of dragons flying around him also increased to 75 dragons. "Ah, you can do it, but so can I." Yi Xian roared at the sky. He ignored the long sword that had pierced his chest and immediately used Beast King Rampage. A formless pressure instantly spread out. 8 large dragons wriggled around his body. 80 dragons of strength. 80 dragons of strength, coupled with the Beast King Bloodline's 2 agility advancements, made Yi Xian as fast as lightning. Rip! 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 Heads were tossed into the air one after another, accompanied by crisp sounds. In the blink of an eye, 6 experts from the city mayor's mansion were killed by Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through to 62 dragons of strength. When this notification sounded out, Yi Xian's number of flying dragons increased once again. 81 dragons. His speed also increased again. Now, the Devil Ape City Mayor knew that he had offended a peerless genius. This time, he would pay the price in blood. Damn it, the Devil Ape City Master cursed in his heart. Soon after, his head flew into the air. The Devil Ape City Mayor was dead. After his death, his interspatial ring naturally fell into the hands of the Berserk Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through to 64 dragons of strength. As a city mayor, the Devil Ape City Mayor was naturally wealthy. However, he was not stupid enough to put everything in his interspatial ring. Therefore, he only allowed Yi Xian to break through to 2 dragons of strength. However, Yi Xian's Beast King Rampage had just begun. He did not want to waste this opportunity. Therefore, he chose to rush into the city mayor's mansion. Oh no, the city mayor is dead. The killing god is rushing in. The city mayor's mansion was in chaos. However, these people were relieved that Yi Xian did not intend to start a massacre. His goal was only the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 65 dragons of strength. Ding! The host has broken through to 66 dragons of strength. As time passed, Yi Xian gained more and more. Every time he broke through, his experience points would increase. Therefore, the raid on the city mayor's mansion only allowed him to break through to 2 dragons of strength. However, this was not bad. Now, he had a speed that was comparable to 80 dragons of strength. On this day, the Devil Ape City was in chaos. News of the Devil Ape City Mayor's death would probably spread very quickly. I killed the Devil Ape City Mayor and raided the City Mayor's mansion. Therefore, the Lord should be targeting me. When the time comes, my portrait will be put up as a wanted criminal. Instead of that, I might as well cause another ruckus. Yi Xian left the Devil Ape City and rode Wei Zhentian away. This time, his destination was the Gue Yuan sect. He wanted to use the soul-chasing mark to cause another ruckus before the news spread. Now, he understood the strength of the Gue Yuan sect. The sect leader was an expert with 85 dragons of strength. The sect had 10,000 disciples, 3,000 protectors, and 100 elders. Yi Xian estimated that this time, he should be able to break through to 70 dragons of strength, or even higher. Chapter 390. Attack the Gue Yuan sect. The Gue Yuan sect was located to the north of the Devil Ape City. Even an expert with 50 dragon power would need to spend 3 days to reach there. However, Yi Xian rode on Wei Zhentian and only spent 2 hours to arrive. At this moment, he was already 10,000 meters above the Gue Yuan sect. He commanded his might shakes the heavens to descend. When it was 1,000 meters away, he jumped down and landed in front of the Gue Yuan sect with a boom. He even shattered the huge stone tablet in front of the Gue Yuan sect. What? This big movement immediately attracted the attention of the guarding disciples. Someone actually dared to destroy the stone tablet of the Gui Yuan sect. He was really looking for death. How dare you behave so atrociously in my Gui Yuan sect? Everyone, be careful. He has a soul-chasing mark on him. Quick, inform the protectors and elders. The disciples immediately surrounded him, but no one dared to step forward. The masked man, Yi Xian, descended from the sky and destroyed the stone tablet of the Gui Yuan sect. Normal people would not dare to do such a thing. As for these disciples, they only had 50 dragon power at most. If they went up, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Yi Xian would not foolishly wait here for the elders to arrive. He looked around and his figure flashed. Following that, cries of agony rang out one after another. Ah, my hand! My interspatial ring! Everyone, leave quickly. This person wants to rob our Gui Yuan sect. In front of the Gui Yuan sect's mountain gate, there were cries of anguish. These disciples could not catch up to Yi Xian's speed and could only cry and shout. After collecting the interspatial rings, Yi Xian immediately rushed into the Gui Yuan sect. He wanted to increase his strength before the higher-ups of the Gui Yuan sect arrived. In the Gui Yuan sect, those with more than 55 dragons could become protectors, and 60 dragons were elders. Of course, the elders were also divided into ranks. The strongest elder had the strength of 80 dragons, and the sect leader was an expert with the strength of 85 dragons. In the vigor realm, every advancement was extremely difficult. If one did not have the assistance of heavenly and earthly treasures, they would have to work hard. Therefore, most people would stay in their own residences to cultivate. After Yi Xian broke through the mountain gate, he directly entered the residence of the disciples and began to rob from door to door. These disciples were not strong enough to stop Yi Xian at all. Among them, there were some female disciples who were in the middle of bathing and had their interspatial rings taken away by him. Ah, the Gui Yuan sect was in chaos. No one was able to grasp the exact location of Yi Xian. After sweeping through the residences of the Gui Yuan sect disciples, Yi Xian focused his attention on the buildings. The weapon shop, the martial arts pavilion, the spirit herb hall, and even the cafeteria were all visited by him. I've finished cleaning up the outer sect. Let's head to the inner sect now. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed towards the origin returning sect's inner sect. This time, he had gained quite a bit, allowing him to break through from 66 dragons to 67 dragons. This trip was indeed worth it. The Gui Yuan sect's inner sect was the most important. The inner sect disciples were stronger than the outer sect disciples. Furthermore, the elders and protectors all lived here. Although there weren't many of them, the value of the inner sect was higher than that of the outer sect. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the Gui Yuan sect hadn't reacted yet to plunder without restraint. At this moment, in the Gui Yuan sect's Gui Yuan treasure hall, 3 people were sitting there and chatting. Son, it's not easy for you to come back. Why don't you stay for a few more days before leaving? The Gui Yuan sect leader looked at his son whom he hadn't seen for many years and said slowly. The young man in front of him smiled and shook his head. Father, I came back this time because it was on the way. A disciple of the sect who was traveling outside found a relic by chance, so I came to investigate. Oh, what kind of relic is it? The Gui Yuan sect leader asked curiously. The young man was stunned and turned to look at the old man beside him. It's fine. The exploration this time will be led by you juniors. I am only following orders to ensure your safety. You can decide for yourself. The old man squinted his eyes and said. The young man nodded and said, Father, this relic is said to have been built by the 6th Lord of the Redwood Territory, Qi Lian. Oh. The 6th Lord. The Gui Yuan sect leader was stunned. The Gui Yuan sect was under the jurisdiction of the Redwood Territory, and the current Redwood Territory Lord was the 8th Lord. Therefore, he understood immediately. The 6th Lord, it is said that he had a great battle with an expert and then went missing. At that time, he had already broken through to level 1 Qi controlling realm and his strength was extraordinary. Moreover, he was proficient in refining corpses. He had once refined 2 silver corpses that were comparable to level 1 Qi controlling realm experts. The young man explained. Yes, I have also heard that these 2 silver corpses were 2 generals under his command when they were alive. However, they were killed because of betrayal and were refined into silver corpses by him. The Gui Yuan sect leader nodded and said, however, although the 6th Lord is dead, there must be danger in the relic. I'm afraid, Father, you don't have to worry. We are not entering the relic this time. We are just cleaning up the area around the relic. Those sacred beasts only have 80 dragon strength at most. They are no match for me. When the young man said this, he habitually revealed a proud expression. He was 23 years old this year and had already broken through to 80 dragon strength. He was the disciple of an elder in the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. The Heavenly Hatred Sword sect was quite famous in the Redwood Territory. It was said that the sect leader had already surpassed 100 dragon strength and was the number 1 expert under the spirit realm. I see. Then I can rest assured. The Gui Yuan sect leader nodded. All right, Father. I should leave now. My senior and junior brothers are waiting for me. After the young man finished speaking, he stood up. However, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from outside the main hall, causing the 3 of them to frown. What's going on? Don't you know that sparring is prohibited within 3 miles of the Gui Yuan Treasure Palace? The Gui Yuan sect leader frowned. Just as he finished speaking, an elder rushed in and said, Sect leader, this is bad. Something big has happened. What happened? The Gui Yuan sect leader frowned and asked. He felt that something big had happened. Sovereign, a thief has invaded our Gui Yuan sect and robbed our Gui Yuan sect's disciples, guardians, and elders. The elder reported. Thieves. Robbed. The Gui Yuan sect leader was stunned and asked, what is this person's realm? The elder paused for a moment and said, when I saw him just now, he was at 69 dragon strength. Now, I am not sure. What do you mean? The Gui Yuan sect leader did not understand. It's like this. According to the reports of the disciples, when this person appeared in front of our Gui Yuan sect, he only had 66 dragon strength. Then, he kept breaking through, 67 dragon strength, 68 dragon strength, 69 dragon strength. The elder said while swallowing his saliva. What? In such a short period of time, he broke through from 66 dragon strength to 69 dragon strength. And he is still breaking through. The Gui Yuan sect leader was shocked. Not only that, the young man and the old man were the same. Chapter 391. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Ransacking, then why didn't you capture him and bring him to me? The Gui Yuan sect leader asked in surprise. The elder swallowed his saliva and said, we don't have a choice. Although this kid only has 69 dragons of strength, his speed is astonishing. Dozens of elders have already been heavily injured by him, and he has taken all of their universe rings. Right now, he is fighting with the Great Elder, 69 dragons of strength against the Great Elder who has 80 dragons of strength. The Gui Yuan sect leader opened his eyes wide. This was a battle that surpassed 11 dragons of strength. The elder added, Sect leader, you should go quickly. If you are too late, he will break through to 70 dragons of strength. Let's go. The Gui Yuan sect leader's face turned cold as he strode out of the Gui Yuan treasure hole. The young man and the elder looked at each other and followed him. Although the young man was a disciple of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect, he was once a member of the Gui Yuan sect. Naturally, he would not allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, in the large square of the Gui Yuan sect, two figures were fighting. One of them was Yi Xian. Ha ha ha, great elder, you are finished. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Yi Xian laughed and swept out his sword. Immediately after, an arm was thrown into the sky. The elder in front of him had a gloomy expression as he was sent flying with a kick. Yi Xian caught the broken arm and took off the universe ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 70 dragons of strength. When he heard the notification, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. No wonder so many people would engage in this kind of business. It turned out that it was so profitable. However, Yi Xian was only ransacking the Gui Yuan sect. From the beginning until now, he had not harmed anyone's life. The great elder's arm was suddenly chopped off, but as long as it was not chopped into pieces, it could be reattached. He only needed to rest for a while. When the surrounding people saw the great elder with 80 dragons of strength being chopped off by Yi Xian and then kicked away like a piece of trash, they were shocked speechless. Who was this person wearing a smiley face mask? What kind of grudge did he have with the Gui Yuan sect? What should we do? Even the great elder was defeated. Only the sect leader can suppress him. Not necessarily. Didn't you see how much faster that brat is than the great elder? And now that he has broken through, even if the sect leader comes, I'm afraid, even if sect leader can't win, can't he join forces with the other elders? A group of people from the Gui Yuan sect whispered to each other as their gazes landed on Yi Xian. Brat, who the hell are you? The great elder who had lost an arm questioned. Your Gui Yuan sect is arrogant and despotic, so I am here to suppress your arrogance. Yi Xian smiled slightly. The head elder of the Gui Yuan sect had a cold expression on his face. He had also heard about what had happened to the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect. Today, he had finally gotten his revenge. If you have the guts, don't leave. The sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect will be here soon. The great elder shouted in a low voice. Do you think I can't tell that you are trying to provoke me? However, since you have placed your hopes on your sect leader, I will go along with your wishes. I want to see what the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect, an expert with 85 dragons of strength, is capable of. Yi Xian just stood there quietly. When he finished speaking, 3 figures entered his eyes. It's the sect leader. The sect leader is here. This brat is dead for sure. He actually dared to rob our Gui Yuan sect. The sect leader will definitely skin him alive. Isn't that the young sect leader? I heard that the young sect leader was accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. I didn't expect him to come back today. When this large group of people saw the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect, their morale immediately rose. The sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect quickly walked down. He looked at Yi Xian and asked in shock, "Who are you?" "You are the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect?" Yi Xian asked in return. "That's right." After receiving the sect leader's answer, Yi Xian continued, "Your people from the Gui Yuan sect once offended me and left a soul-chasing mark on me. Therefore, I am here today to seek justice." When the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect heard this, he couldn't help but frown. "You have no evidence. Why should I believe you? If that's the case, then what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to cut me into 8 pieces?" Yi Xian said coldly. "Alright, since that's the case, then let me see what you're capable of." The sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect took out a long sword and slowly walked over. Yi Xian also gripped the Bahuang sword tightly and raised his attention to the sect leader. The sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect was a sect leader. He was an 85 dragons expert. He had probably already trained his martial arts to 100% mastery. As for Yi Xian's heaven-shattering body technique, he had just trained it to 90% mastery. I can still use Beast King's Rage once, but it's too wasteful. Let's try it first. Yi Xian held his sword and walked over. The two of them stood opposite each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, they finally made their move. Pang! Boom! Clang! The two of them began to fight. It was just the beginning, but the battle was already very intense. Among everyone present, there were probably less than 10 people who could see the two of them clearly. Where did this brat come from? His talent is not any worse than yours. The old man beside the junior sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect narrowed his eyes and whispered. The junior sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. He felt that Yi Xian seemed to be even younger than him. This made him feel a little unhappy. Father will definitely skin him alive. The young man snorted. That might not be the case. Why don't we make a bet? The old man suddenly said with interest. Oh. Elder Yen, what do you want to bet? The young man asked curiously. What do you want? The old man asked back. The young man paused and replied, I heard that Elder Yen obtained a 500-year-old dragon's blood grass a few days ago. All right, if your father wins, I will give you this 500-year-old dragon's blood grass. It will be enough for you to break through to 85 dragons. If your father loses, I don't need anything from you. Just treat it as a slap to my own face. The old man said very straightforwardly. Deal. The young man immediately agreed. This was a sure-win deal. If his father won, he would get a 500-year-old dragon's blood grass. If his father lost, he would not lose anything. Even a fool would do this deal. They looked at the battlefield. At this moment, the battle had already reached its climax. Although only 10 seconds had passed, Yi Xian and the sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Brat, I admit that you are very strong. But do you think that if we continue to fight, you can win against me? The sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect said coldly. How do you know I can't? Yi Xian asked back. Chapter 392. Being hunted after all, Yi Xian's recovery ability was extremely strong. Even after fighting for so long, he was still in peak condition. On the other hand, the Gui Yuan sect leader's vital energy and physical strength were both decreasing rapidly. If the battle continued for another half a minute, the difference between them would be obvious. Since that is the case, I will show you the Gui Yuan sect's secret martial art. The Gui Yuan sect leader roared as his vital energy surged. In the blink of an eye, his strength increased by 3 dragons. 88 dragons. What? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He did not expect the Gui Yuan sect leader to have such a martial art. However, his expression only changed slightly. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. You know it, so do I. Yi Xian's eyes widened as the hair on his body grew thicker. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a devil ape. This was the devil ape transformation of the devil ape city mayor. Yi Xian had obtained this after killing the devil ape city mayor. It was also a heaven-level martial art. However, the devil ape transformation did not have any proficiency. Every time it was used, it would consume 1 drop of the devil ape king's blood essence. The devil ape city mayor only had 3 drops of the devil ape king's blood essence in his yin and yang ring. He had used it once, so Yi Xian had obtained 2. Now, Yi Xian had also used 1. In the blink of an eye, 70 dragons of strength increased to 75 dragons of strength, which was even more than the Gui Yuan sect leaders. Originally, Yi Xian and the Gui Yuan sect leaders' speed were about the same. However, now that both of them had used martial arts to increase their strength, the gap had widened. Yi Xian's speed had surpassed the Gui Yuan sect leaders. What? The Gui Yuan sect leader was so shocked that he almost vomited blood. He did not expect Yi Xian to know the devil ape transformation of the devil ape city mayor. This was a tragedy. I originally wanted to use it sparingly, but you forced me to use it. Don't blame me for this. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his body moved as fast as lightning. He rushed in front of the Gui Yuan sect leader. Not good. The expression of the old man who was watching from afar changed. His figure also dashed out rapidly. His speed far surpassed that of Yi Xian. However, this had happened so suddenly that he was a little slower. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Hiss. With a crisp sound, one of the Gui Yuan sect leader's arms was thrown into the air. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. An 85 Dragon Power Expert's Universe Ring, how many good things would there be? However, just as he was about to succeed, a burst of energy suddenly attacked from the side. What? Yi Xian turned his head and saw a palm coming at him. This power was definitely not something he could block. What? 120 Dragon Power. Through the shadow of the fist, he discovered that there were 12 flying dragons rising around the elder. 12 big flying dragons. This meant that this old man was a super expert with 120 dragon power. It was rumored that when a martial artist broke through to 100 dragons, they could attempt to break through to the spirit realm. 120 dragons was far more than 100 dragons. How could there be a super expert with 120 dragons here? Damn it, I'll go all out. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Without hesitation, he used Beast King Rampage. Boom! A burst of energy suddenly rose. Yi Xian's 75 dragons instantly increased to 99 dragons. Bang! The palm hit Yi Xian and sent him flying. This time, the old man was also dumbstruck. Yi Xian's 75 dragons suddenly increased to 24 dragons. What kind of heaven-defying martial art was this? He was very surprised. At this moment, Yi Xian landed on the ground. This old man underestimated my strength. That was close. I was almost killed by his palm. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was aching. He knew that if the old man attacked with all his strength, he would not be able to survive even if he increased his strength to nearly 100 dragons. He would definitely be smashed into minced meat. Retreat. Facing such a powerful enemy, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately jumped up and ran away. This kid can't be left alive. The old man's eyes flashed. They were full of murderous intent. He was not afraid of Yi Xian. He was afraid that Yi Xian would return to the Origin sect after escaping. After all, he was about to leave the Origin sect. He couldn't possibly stay here, right? Therefore, Yi Xian had to die. In the blink of an eye, he gave chase. But in the next moment, he realized that Yi Xian's speed was not any slower than his. How was this possible? He can surpass the speed of an 85 dragon warrior with only 75 dragons of strength. Now, he is evenly matched with my 120 dragons of strength. This kid can't be left alive. The old man said in his heart. He followed closely behind Yi Xian. The two of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Xian's speed was not slower than the old man's. However, he had used a technique. Therefore, the old man only needed to chase for a while before he could catch up. Damn it, what a blunder. Why is there a super expert with 120 dragons of strength here? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If the old man had not suddenly attacked him, he would have obtained the Origin sect leader's universe ring and broken through again. It was also because of this old man that he gave up on the interspatial ring and turned tail to run. After all, if he was caught by the old man, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the current him was still in danger. "Kid, don't waste your energy. You can't escape." The old man's voice sounded. Bullsh *t. Yi Xian could not help but curse. At this moment, he had already left the origin sect. He thought quickly in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered that there was a dangerous place north of the origin sect. Even an expert with 100 dragons of strength would not dare to enter. It seemed that he could only use this place to get rid of the old man. After all, he still had Wei Zhentian as his trump card. If the old man wanted to catch up to him, he would have to grow a pair of wings or break through to the spirit realm. That's the place. Go! Yi Xian gathered his courage and started to run frantically. This kid wants to enter the netherworld abyss. He's courting death. The old man seemed to have seen through Yi Xian's intentions and snorted in his heart. The netherworld abyss was the most dangerous place in the Redwood territory. Even an expert with 120 dragons of strength would not dare to enter. Although Yi Xian had the strength of nearly 100 dragons, once he stepped in, it was possible that he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Most importantly, the old man knew that there was a time limit for Yi Xian to suddenly become stronger. Once the time was up, if he stayed inside, he would definitely die. The old man was not in a hurry because the duration of Yi Xian's Beast King rampage had exceeded his expectations. He estimated that Yi Xian could slow down at any time. The two of them maintained this distance and slowly approached the netherworld abyss. Yi Xian's Beast King rampage lasted for a long time, but the devil-ape transformation did not have much time left. Oh no, do I have to use the devil-ape transformation again? Chapter 393. The netherworld abyss. Yi Xian had only obtained 2 drops of the devil-ape king's blood essence. He had only used 1 drop just now. In other words, he could only use the devil-ape transformation 1 more time. However, if he didn't use it, he would definitely be caught. But at this moment... The netherworld mist. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide as if he saw hope. Not far ahead was the netherworld abyss, the most dangerous place in the Redwood territory. This time, he had to risk his life again. The old man also saw the netherworld abyss and hesitated. He was wondering if he should go in and take Yi Xian's head. He kept hesitating until Yi Xian entered the purple mist. But when Yi Xian stepped in, the effect of the devil-ape transformation suddenly disappeared, causing his speed to decrease greatly. Good chance, 3 days muscle-shattering palm. The old man quickly followed and slapped out with his palm, hitting Yi Xian's back. The 3 days muscle-shattering palm was a mid-grade heaven-level martial art. Although he didn't master it well, it was enough to kill a person. Yi Xian was hit again and flew out. You were hit by my 3 days muscle-shattering palm. In these 3 days, your meridians will continue to crack and it will be extremely difficult to repair until you die. The old man's eyes shone with a murderous light. He continued to chase and take Yi Xian's interspatial ring. He wasn't coveting the things in Yi Xian's interspatial ring. He was preparing to return it to the Gui Yuan sect. As an expert with 120 dragon power, he didn't want to do such a thing. Moreover, he didn't want to do it. But at this moment... Hiss! Suddenly, a loud hissing sound was heard. The sound was so sharp that it hurt the old man's ears. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. When he recognized the shrill cry, his expression changed abruptly. A flying centipede comparable to a level 2 chi-controlling realm. The old man opened his eyes wide and hurriedly retreated. He didn't dare to enter the purple mist. Although he had 120 dragon power, he was still in the strength realm. As for the spirit realm, every time he broke through, he would obtain 100 dragon power. Second level of the royal heir tier was equivalent to 200 dragons. No, it should be at least 200 dragons, because 200 to 299 dragons were all considered to be at the second level of the royal heir tier. The old man was only 120 dragons, so how could he dare to stay here? When he heard the screams, he was almost scared out of his wits. Naturally, he did not dare to pursue Yi Xian and immediately fled. At this moment, Yi Xian had also entered the mist. Phew, luckily he didn't chase after me, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was also heavily injured. To be able to scare off an expert with 120 dragons with just a roar, it must be a super saint beast. I can't stay here any longer. Retreat. Yi Xian thought to himself and immediately left the fog. He had the Beast King bloodline in his body. Before he came in, he felt several auras that made his heart palpitate. Fortunately, these powerful saint beasts were not interested in him. Otherwise, he would be finished. This time, he was still scared but not in danger. This gave Yi Xian a sense of joy as he was reborn from the jaws of death. However, the old man's 3 days breaking tendons hand made him suffer for the next 3 days. I will definitely take revenge for this. Just you wait. Heaven Grudge Sword Sect, right? I will remember this. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He had just heard the words Heaven Grudge Sword Sect. It was obvious that the old man was from the Heaven Grudge Sword Sect. After he came out of the netherworld abyss, he quickly summoned Wei Zhentian and flew into the sky. This was because he was in so much pain that he could not walk. Damn it, this move is really vicious. It actually kept tearing my meridians. If I didn't have the sacred tree of life's bloodline, I'm afraid I would have died. Yi Xian cursed in the air. The old man would never have thought that Yi Xian could survive the attack of the medium heaven level 3 days breaking tendons hand. After the old man left, he returned to the Gui Yuan sect. Elder Yen, where is he? When the young man saw the old man return, he immediately asked. Elder Yen shook his head and said, he escaped into the netherworld abyss and coincidentally encountered a flying centipede, so I did not chase after him. But don't worry, he was hit by my 3 days breaking tendons hand. In addition to the side effects of that martial art, he will definitely die. Hearing this, the young man heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Gui Yuan sect was fine. Yes, be careful this time. The Gui Yuan sect leader was also relieved. Elder Yen was an expert with 120 dragon strength, so Yi Xian was definitely going to die. Your father's arm is fine. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go. Elder Yen said to the young man. Okay. The young man replied, then turned to the Gui Yuan sect leader and said, Father, I will take my leave first. This time, Yi Xian rested for 3 whole days. Although he had broken through to 70 dragon strength, he had wasted a chance to use Beast King's rampage, which was not worth it. After being hit by the 3 days breaking tendons hand, Yi Xian roared for 3 whole days. The heart-wrenching pain was torturous to him. He had to take revenge. 3 days later, in a barren mountain in the north of the Gui Yuan sect. Damn it, it hurt for 3 days. Wait until I break through, I will kill my way to your Heaven's Grudge Sword sect. In a cave, Yi Xian's angry voice could be heard. Then, he walked out. What he wanted to do the most now was to break through, break through, break through. Only when he was stronger could he take revenge. He did not dare to go to the Gui Yuan sect again. He did not know if the old man was still there. Therefore, this time, he wanted to go to a place to train. To break through and increase his strength. At the same time, he would hunt some Saint Beast corpses. If he wanted to use Beast King's rampage again, he would need a large number of Saint Beast corpses with 80 dragon strength and above. This time, his destination was a place called the Yin Ruins. There were many saint beasts in the Yin Ruins, such as Yin Wind Mantises, Yin Wind Spiders, Yin Wind Centipedes, etc. They were all saint beasts that liked the dark. These saint beasts were very difficult for ordinary people to deal with. After all, these creatures were poisonous. However, this was a piece of cake for Yi Xian. Immediately, he moved towards the Yin Ruins. Now, he had broken through to 70 dragon strength. Wei Zhentian had also eaten close to 70 dragon strength. Moreover, it seemed that he was going to break through faster than Yi Xian. With its help, Yi Xian's hunting speed would increase by a lot. In less than half a day, he arrived above the Yin Ruins. "Little Tian, go down," Yi Xian ordered. Wei Zhentian quickly descended and put Yi Xian down. The Yin Ruins was a strange place. Even if it was daytime in other places, it was endless night here. There was not a trace of sunlight. It was said that this place was a prosperous city thousands of years ago. There were hundreds of them. However, it was later abandoned and turned into a nest of dark creatures. "Little Tian, help me scout up there," Yi Xian ordered again. Chapter 394. Yin Ruins. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Wei Zhentian nodded and turned into a small bird that flew into the sky. He knew that Yi Xian needed a large number of saint beast corpses, so he wanted to find out where the beast hordes were. As for Yi Xian, he also looked around. At this time, he landed in a deserted city. The surroundings were dark, but Yi Xian could see clearly with the help of his bloodline. A Yin Wind Mantis. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed as he charged towards his first target. This Yin Wind Mantis that he had his eyes on, under the influence of the Yin Ruins, had grown to the strength of 75 dragons. Although it was 5 dragons stronger than Yi Xian, it couldn't escape the fate of being instantly killed. Rip! With a crisp sound, the head of the Yin Wind Mantis was thrown into the air. Then, its corpse was absorbed into Yi Xian's devour space. Yi Xian kept the corpse and devoured the Saint Beast's soul. The next Beast King rampage will require a large number of Saint Beast corpses with 80 dragons of strength. There are only 70 Saint Beasts in the Yin Ruins, so I'm afraid it will take some time to collect them. Yi Xian thought in his heart and left the place. He estimated that if he used 70 Saint Beast corpses to make up for it, the unit would be at least 1,000, or even 10,000. Anyway, it would be a long slaughter. Yi Xian was very fast. Even if he did not use martial arts, his speed was comparable to an expert with 85 dragons. With such speed, these Saint Beasts could not catch up to him. They were all killed instantly. Yi Xian ran quickly, killing Saint Beasts along the way, devouring their souls and collecting the heaven and earth treasures in the Yin Ruins. In 5 minutes, he killed hundreds of Saint Beasts and his cultivation base increased. He estimated that it would only take a few hours to collect the required number of Beast King rampage corpses. At this time, Wei Zhentian returned. "How was it? Did you find anything?" Yi Xian turned to look at Wei Zhentian, who had turned into a small bird. Gee. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "You're saying that you found 1,000 Yin Wind Spiders?" Gee. Wei Zhentian nodded. "All right, take me there." Wei Zhentian immediately turned into a big bird and flew away with Yi Xian. Over 1,000 Saint Beasts was a huge number. Yi Xian thought that if he were to devour all of these Saint Beast souls, he should be able to break through to 71 dragons. Not long after, Wei Zhentian brought Yi Xian to a canyon. The walls on both sides of the canyon were filled with potholes and countless caves. It was obvious that this was the nest of the Yin Wind Spiders. Hiss! Suddenly, a gust of wind entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head and saw bundles of white spider silk flying towards him. He had been discovered. Yi Xian swung his sword and cut off the spider web, then jumped down. At the same time, Wei Zhentian turned into an aerial fortress like a transformer. Bang! 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 Wei Zhentian began to shoot at high speed. Although its realm was not as high as the Yin wind spiders, it had the advantage of being able to fly. Moreover, it had many attacking methods. While it was shooting, it would also shoot out tracking bullets to attack the nearest Yin wind spiders. If an ordinary person had formed a contract with Wei Zhentian, they would not be in such a state. However, Yi Xian was not an ordinary person. He came from Earth. Plop! After Yi Xian landed on the ground, he shattered the Bahuang sword. He was not stupid enough to kill the Yin wind spiders alone. Naturally, he would use the powerful Bahuang wind formation. As for himself, he took out a high-quality heaven artifact and displayed the underworld sword technique. Bahuang wind formation. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. This nest of Yin wind spiders seemed to have at least 2,000 Yin wind spiders. After hearing the loud noise, these Yin wind spiders all crawled out of their nests. If one was surrounded by so many Yin wind spiders, even an expert with more than 80 dragons would have to shudder. However, Yi Xian killed them as if he was cutting tofu. His speed was so fast that it made one's heart palpitate. In less than 5 minutes, all of the Yin wind spiders with strength between 70 and 80 dragons were killed by Yi Xian. Then, he kept them in the devouring space. The entire canyon became very desolate. Ding! The host has broken through to 71 dragons' power. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Good. Wei Zhentian, continue to search. Yi Xian ordered. These 2,000 Yin wind spiders were devoured by him. The sacred beast spirit was left behind. Although the number was large, the realm of the corpses was not enough. They were still far from the Beast King's berserk state. However, what Yi Xian did not know was that while he was hunting the Yin ruins, many teams had entered the Yin ruins from various directions. Their target was the center of the Yin ruins. At this time, it had been half a day since they entered the Yin ruins. In this half a day, he had killed thousands of sacred beasts of different realms. This allowed him to break through to 72 dragons. Of course, Wei Zhentian's aerial reconnaissance was indispensable. Now, Wei Zhentian was back. How big of a group did you find? Yi Xian looked at Wei Zhentian, who had turned into a cute little bird, and asked. Chirp chirp. Wei Zhentian shook his head. What? You said that you encountered a team of 30 people. They seem to be from a large faction. Each of them has a strength of around 80 dragons. Yi Xian understood Wei Zhentian's meaning. The Yin ruins was a suitable place for training. Although there were not many opportunities, there were many sacred beasts here. It was a good place to earn money. While Yi Xian was hunting, he had seen many lone wolves. However, it was strange for such a powerful team to appear. After all, an expert with 80 dragons was enough to run amok in the Yin ruins. 80 dragons, were they going to flatten the Yin ruins? There's something fishy. Yi Xian was interested and said, Take me to have a look. Don't be discovered by them. Wei Zhentian understood and turned into a big bird that could carry one person and flew high up in the sky. It was dark 24 hours in the Yin ruins. Even an expert with 100 dragons would not be able to discover Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian carried Yi Xian and flew towards the team. Soon, Yi Xian saw the team. When Yi Xian saw a young man among the 3 leaders, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this young man the young sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect? I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. I didn't look for you, but you delivered yourself to me. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. That's right, this team was the disciples of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. Yi Xian scanned the team but did not find the old man who had injured him before. He's not here, his heart sank. Chapter 395. Interest. Although Yi Xian really wanted to go down immediately and cause trouble for these people, he was afraid that the old man would be nearby. If they met, he would definitely enter the gates of hell this time. After all, the Beast King's berserk couldn't be used yet. Moreover, he wanted to see what the Heaven Hatred Sword sect was doing. At this time, the elite team of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect did not notice Yi Xian in the air. Yukong, the young lord of the Gue Yuan sect, who was walking in front of the team, asked, "Senior brothers, how much longer do we need to travel?" Hearing this, a tall young man replied, "Soon, we will be there soon. I think it will take another 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yukong nodded slightly. The tall young man asked again, "What's wrong, junior brother Yu?" Yukong shook his head, "Nothing, I just have a bad premonition." "Ha, don't worry, our purpose is to clean up that desolate city and find the hidden entrance." The tall young man laughed. "That's right, we are not qualified to enter the ruins of the previous overlord. Our mission is to kill the surrounding saint beasts and find the entrance." The third handsome young man leading the team said. "But, Elder Yen has been gone for half an hour." Yukong frowned. The tall young man continued, "Don't be afraid, Elder Yen is an expert of 120 dragons, stronger than the overlord before he broke through. He just went to the other forces first." Yes, the secret of this ruins was discovered by the Heaven Hatred Sword sect, and then we told the other forces. If these people dare to burn the bridge after crossing the river, the sect leader will definitely destroy them. The handsome young man agreed. "I hope I am overthinking." Yukong nodded slightly and did not say anything. This time, he was looking for the ruins of the 6th Redwood Overlord. The Heaven Hatred Sword sect was the first to discover this news, but they did not have the strength to explore alone, so they invited other forces. Their team was the vanguard of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect, responsible for finding the entrance, cleaning it up, and then letting the experts of the sect explore. Soon, they found their target. At this time, they had already arrived at the largest abandoned city in the Yin ruins. "We are here," Elder Huas said that the entrance is in this city, but he does not know the specific location. "Therefore, we must tear down this city and find the entrance that is hidden by the formation," said the tall young man. "The other forces will probably take a while before they arrive. Let's make a move first. Junior Marshal Brother Yu, your team will enter the city and clear out the saint beasts. We'll stay here and tear down the city." The handsome young man turned around and said. Yukong nodded. "Okay." Cleaning up saint beasts was a lucrative job. After all, martial artists also needed a large number of saint beast souls to cultivate. Then, Yukong left with a group of people. As for the remaining 20 or so people, they began to tear down the city wall. This scene entered Yi Xian's eyes, causing the corners of his mouth to slightly curl up. He really delivered himself to my doorstep. He took out an Ultraman Tiga mask from the devouring space. After changing his outfit, he asked Wei Zhentian to bring him into the city. Just now, he had been observing for a while. That old man probably had something to do, so he wasn't with them. This was a great opportunity for him. For the time being, he couldn't take revenge for the 3 days of pain, but he could collect some interest. Yi Xian hid in the surrounding houses and waited quietly. In less than 10 seconds, several silhouettes entered his 1,000-meter sensing range. It was Yukang's team of 10. "Senior Marshal Brother Yu, what should we do now?" a disciple of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect asked. When Yukong heard that, he said, "The 9 of you will split into groups of 3 and hunt the saint beasts. Don't wander too far." "Okay." The 9 of them nodded and split into 3 groups. As for Yukong, he was alone. He had 80 dragon power and had learned a middle-grade heaven-level martial art. His strength was second only to the two people from before. However, even his father, the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect, who had 85 dragon power, was defeated by Yi Xian. He, who only had 80 dragon power, was naturally no match for Yi Xian. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian's first target was not him, but the other 9 people. Why? Because Yi Xian's demonic ape transformation could only be used once. However, the Gui Yuan sect had a martial art that could increase one's strength. The sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect had used it before, and his strength had increased from 85 dragon power to 88 dragon power. Yi Xian was worried that Yukong had it too. So, in order not to waste the demonic ape transformation, he dealt with the other 9 people first. After all, they were disciples of a large sect. Their talents were superior, and their strength was naturally incomparable to ordinary people. Little Tian, keep an eye on him. Yi Xian instructed and then disappeared into the shadows. The 9 elite disciples of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect were silently beheaded by Yi Xian. There was no sound at all. These 9 disciples of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect had 78 or 79 dragon power. Moreover, they seemed to be of high status, so there were many good things in their interspatial rings. Ding! The host has broken through to 73 dragon power. With the help of these things, Yi Xian also successfully broke through. Although these 9 disciples of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect did not offend Yi Xian, who asked them to join the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect. This was their fate. Alright, it's time to find trouble with Yukong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although Wei Zhentian had not returned, he could sense the direction of Wei Zhentian. Immediately, he chased after him. At this moment, Yukong was completely unaware that danger was approaching. Humph, how dare you be arrogant in front of me with merely 80 dragon power? Yukong snorted coldly. He was fighting with a chilling wind mantis. This chilling wind mantis had 80 dragon power, which made its armor extremely tough. However, it was useless in front of the elite disciple of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect, Yukong. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yukong was using a middle-grade heaven-class martial art. Although he was not very good at it and only had 40% mastery, its power was much stronger than a lower-grade heaven-class martial art. Under the attack of the middle-grade heaven-class martial art, the chilling wind mantis was beaten to a pulp and soon died under Yukong's sword. TSK, a saint beast soul with 80 dragon power can improve my cultivation by a lot. Yukong sneered and kept the corpse. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of a gust of wind suddenly appeared, and before Yukong could react, a figure swept to his side. Rip! Immediately after, Yukong felt his legs turn cold and his entire upper body involuntarily fell to the ground. Both of his legs had been chopped off. What? Chapter 396. Total annihilation. Yukong's upper body fell to the ground. He turned his head in horror and saw a figure standing in front of him. It was a man in black wearing a strange mask. Who is it? Yukong couldn't figure out who wanted to kill him. Young sect master, how have you been? Yi Xian said coldly. Hearing this voice, Yukong immediately reacted. Didn't this voice belong to the thief who cut off his father's arm that day? You're not dead. How is that possible? Yukong couldn't believe it. He had heard with his own ears that Elder Yen, one of the 120 dragons, said that Yi Xian had been hit by the 3 days muscle-breaking hand. Now, 3 days had passed. How could Yi Xian still be standing in front of him, alive and kicking? Moreover, his strength had become even stronger. Do you think that I will die after being hit by the 3 days muscle-breaking hand? Yi Xian sneered and slashed twice, cutting off both of Yukang's arms. Yukong was reduced to a cripple. He couldn't escape or attack. Hiss! Yukong sucked in a few breaths of cold air. The pain of his 4 limbs being broken almost made him faint. This was the first time he had been beaten to such a state. He couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. Let's cut to the chase. What's the name of the person who tried to kill me that day? Where is he now? Yi Xian asked coldly. Yukong clenched his teeth and growled, kill me if you want. Do you think I will tell you? That's where you're wrong. I'm looking for him to take revenge. If you tell me where he is, I will naturally find him and send myself to death. At that time, I might even be able to accompany you to hell. Yi Xian suddenly cracked a joke. Yukong was stunned. He couldn't figure out Yi Xian's intention. However, he would definitely not tell Yi Xian about Elder Yan's whereabouts. Looks like you're a tough nut to crack. Don't worry, he will be buried with you. Yi Xian was too lazy to interrogate him. He swept his sword and cut off Yukang's head. After he died, his corpse was also put away by Yi Xian. Let me see how many good things you, the young sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect, have. Yi Xian took his Qian Kun ring and poured its contents into the devouring space. He probed around and found quite a few precious items. Among them, the most useful item for Yi Xian was undoubtedly the 300-year-old dragon's blood grass. He estimated that this dragon blood grass would allow him to break through to the strength of 2 dragons. Immediately, he swallowed the dragon blood grass. Ding! Host has broken through to 75 dragon power. Then, he devoured those heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through to 77 dragons power. The harvest this time also exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. Gaining 4 dragons of strength in one go was already very good. Alright, little Tian, these are all for you. Yi Xian poured out all the heaven artifacts and ores from his interspatial ring. Then, he moved on to other things. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. He had obtained quite a few low-tier heaven-level martial arts. Naturally, he wanted to fuse them. When he was robbing the Gui Yuan sect, he forgot about this. There were hundreds of different sword techniques. Some were good, and some were bad. Yi Xian had the middle-tier heaven-level underworld sword technique. Naturally, he would not learn these. What he wanted was the middle-tier heaven-level martial arts. After dozens of notifications, Yi Xian finally revealed a smile. These 100 martial arts had finally been successfully fused together once. The Heaven's Hatred Sword sect was one of the big sects in the Redwood territory. Naturally, they would have middle-tier heaven-level martial arts. Yukong and the others had a few. Therefore, Yi Xian took the 6 middle-tier heaven-level martial arts, including the underworld sword technique, and fused them again. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. The 3 notifications made Yi Xian's face fall. It was not that easy to fuse martial arts. This martial arts fusion is really a trap. Forget it. Even if I get an upper-tier heaven-level martial art, I probably won't be able to use it. Yi Xian shook his head and chose to give up. This was because he could only train the underworld sword technique to 60%. Even if he had an upper-tier heaven-level martial art, he would only be able to train it to 30%. Of course, he regretted that he did not find the Gui Yuan sect's martial art in Yukang's interspatial ring. However, it did not matter. After all, one's own martial art was still the most important. Immediately, he rode Wei Zhentian and left, heading towards the city's gate. The Heaven's Hatred Sword sect and the other two teams were all Yi Xian's targets. For safety's sake, he still circled around in the air a few times before landing on the ground. Although his martial art was lower than the weakest person, his strength was far superior to the others. In addition to his outstanding concealment skills, he easily defeated 10 people. What's going on? Where did the junior brothers go? The tall young man looked around in surprise and found that there were fewer and fewer people. Moreover, he had clearly instructed them not to go too far. However, he did not expect that these people had been killed. He continued to work. The group of disciples that came were all elites. They all had the strength to run amok in the dark ruins. Therefore, he was not worried. However, he could not help but frown in the next moment. This was because he saw that the handsome young man with 80 dragons of power had also disappeared. At this moment, only 3 people appeared in front of him. Senior Brother Wu, where are Senior Brother Chen and the others? A disciple also asked in surprise. Now, everyone present reacted. Their mission was to demolish the entire city. Naturally, they had to use violent means to do so. However, after they stopped, they did not hear any sound. It was obvious that only the 4 of them were present. Oh no, they're dead. The tall young man immediately reacted. However, at this moment, whoosh! Under the night sky, a cold light flashed. Before the tall young man could react, his head was separated from his body. The remaining 3 disciples' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The strongest person in the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect's elite team was killed in an instant. They could not even see how the tall young man died. Run! The 3 of them reacted. However, by the time they turned around, 8 cold rays of light had already shot out and taken their heads. Now, the team from the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect was completely wiped out. Yi Xian had also broken through to 79 dragons of power because of this. Not only that, but he had also collected enough sacred beast corpses. The icon of Beast King Rampage had lit up, which meant that he could use this trump card. If I use Beast King Rampage now, I can reach 100 dragons of power. Coupled with the movement bonus from 2 agility advancements, I should be able to fight that old man. Chapter 397. Silver Plume Palace. However, Yi Xian still wanted to use the Beast King Rampage to collect more Saint Beast corpses. Not only could he level up, but he might also be able to collect 2 Saint Beast corpses from the Beast King Rampage. However, the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect's elite team must have a motive for coming to the Yin ruins, so he had to postpone this plan. Chirp chirp. At this moment, Wei Zhentian, who was scouting in the air, suddenly landed and called out softly. Someone else is here. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and let Wei Zhentian carry him up to 1,000 meters in the air. Using the darkness, he hid. Then, he squinted his eyes and saw another team of dozens of people. I don't know which faction they are from, but the leader should be very strong. Yi Xian frowned. This team had exactly 30 people, but they were all older, probably around 40 years old. All of them were wearing silver clothes, which was very eye-catching in the night. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that these people's strength exceeded 90 dragons, or even 100 dragons. This team was actually from the Silver Plume Palace, which was on good terms with the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. This team came from the same direction as the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect, so they saw the demolished city wall. They're already demolishing it. It can't be, there's no movement at all. Could it be that they just happened to find the entrance? Impossible, the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect only sent a team of disciples to find the exit. They're still gathering people, and it will take half a day for them to arrive. The Silver Plume Palace people began to discuss. The middle-aged leader had a cold expression. He walked into the city wall and felt a very strange atmosphere. He quickly circled around and found that something was amiss. The smell of blood. There was a battle here, and some humans died here. The middle-aged man frowned. What? When the others heard this, they were also shocked. Great Elder, could it be the Heavenly Hatred Sword sects? Someone blurted out. There's a smell of blood here, something must have happened. You guys look around and see if you can find anything. The middle-aged man said. Then, the group of people dispersed and began to search for clues. They were all experts with strength of over 90 dragons, and there were even a few with strength of 100 dragons. The leader of the group was a super expert with strength of 115 dragons. Being in the Yin ruins was equivalent to them returning home. Although these people had separated, Yi Xian did not dare to move because he could see that these people were all first-class experts. These 30 people all had over 90 dragon powers, and there were even a few who had over 100 dragon powers. As for the middle-aged man in the lead, he was a super expert with 115 dragons. There must be something here. There are so many experts here. Could it be that this is the cave of some expert? Yi Xian guessed as he hovered in the air. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. In any case, there was definitely something good here. Otherwise, why would these great forces send so many experts? I'll watch from here. Yi Xian waited quietly above. The group of people below searched around but did not find anything. They only found a trace of blood. They guessed that the elites of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect had been killed. However, they did not understand who did it. In the Redwood territory, there were not many people who dared to provoke the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. Moreover, they had cleaned up a group of elites. This was equivalent to forming a deadly feud with the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. Forget it. We didn't kill them anyway. Since we're here first, we'll help them finish it. The three of you will form a group and begin. The middle-aged man did not care too much and instructed. This city was very big. However, for people of their level, they could flatten this place in less than half a day. Time passed bit by bit. After the Silver Feather Palace, another great force came. This force was called the Sun Moon Sect. The leader of this force was an expert with 120 dragons. Then, the Wild Dragon Sect came. Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect, Silver Feather Palace, Sun Moon Sect, and Wild Dragon Sect. These four forces were the four great sects of the Redwood territory. They were second only to the Redwood City's City Lord Mansion. At the same time, Elder Yen also came with the Wild Dragon Sect. When he heard that more than 30 elite disciples of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect had been killed, he almost fainted from anger. More than 30 elites. These people were the elites that the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect had nurtured as spirit realm seeds. Their deaths meant that all their previous efforts had been wasted. When Elder Yen heard the news, he could not help but roar towards the sky. He was determined to find the murderer. His roar almost frightened Yi Xian, who was sitting on Wei Zhentian's back, to the point that he fell off. It seemed that he had done a good job of drawing hatred. While the other forces were tearing down the city, he was running around the world. When the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect arrived, he had already taken more than 10 lives. All of them were substitutes for Yi Xian. This time, even the sect master of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect was sent out. When he heard the news, he was furious. However, at this time, the entrance of the cave was found. It was in an ordinary courtyard. This made the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect hesitate. Should they go out to find the murderer or go down with the other three forces? However, it had been quite some time since the death of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect's elite team. The murderer might have already left the Yin ruins. Therefore, they could only go down first. The four forces brought a large number of people down. Above, each force left 3 people to guard the entrance. Each force had 3 people with 90 dragons of strength, so there were a total of 12 people. Leaving 12 people to guard, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was very interested in the underground. A place that could attract the interest of a group of experts with 100 dragons of strength would naturally have great opportunities. However, even this group of experts had to find the entrance. Therefore, drilling into the ground was definitely not going to work. Moreover, if he wanted to go down, he had to get rid of these 12 people first. 12 experts with 90 dragons of strength. It is indeed a little troublesome. Yi Xian estimated in his heart. If he did not count his movement techniques, his 79 dragons of strength could already be compared to an expert with 95 dragons of strength. However, the other party's movement techniques might have been practiced to full mastery. Moreover, they were all experts. Facing 12 people, his 79 dragons of strength was not enough. However, the Beast King's rage was his trump card. If he used it now, there was no need to go in. Therefore, the only thing that could be used now was the demonic ape transformation. The demonic ape transformation can increase my strength by 5 dragons with 70 dragons of strength. I wonder how much my 79 dragons of strength can increase my strength. Yi Xian thought helplessly. After thinking for a while, he quietly let Wei Zhentian land. Chapter 398. Celestial Stone Abode. I'll give it my all this once. If it doesn't work, then forget it. At most, I'll find a dangerous place to level up and take the opportunity to rob the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. Yi Xian made up his mind. The 12 experts were also divided into 4 directions to guard the cave entrance, with 3 people in each direction. Yi Xian stealthily snuck over. The direction he chose was the direction of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. He was using the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect as a breakthrough point. Rather than saying that he was fighting 1 against 12, he was actually fighting 3 first. If everything went smoothly, then he might be able to increase his cultivation level. At that time, it would be easier for him to deal with 9 people. He held his breath, thought about it, and decided not to do so for now. Why am I so stupid? You can exchange for puppets in the devouring system. Even if it's a true profound realm puppet, you can still make some movements. It'll be much easier to split the 3 of them again. Yi Xian immediately took out a few puppets and sent them far away. When the time was right, he would make some noise. It's about time. Yi Xian calculated the time. Rumble. These puppets had been timed. Once the time was up, they began to attack each other. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The 12 people guarding the cave raised their heads in unison. It should be a saint beast. I'll deal with it. A member of the heaven-hating sword sect got up and ran into the distance. Soon, he disappeared into the darkness. However, not long after he left, another huge commotion came from another direction. How annoying. Can't you guys stop for a moment? I'm going to kill all the saint beasts in the surroundings. The second person also stood up and left. The second commotion was actually caused by Wei Zhentian. As a result, the 3 from the Heaven Hatred Sword sect were separated once again. Good chance. In the darkness, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He was hiding near Wei Zhentian. His target was the elder of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect who was running towards him. The elder of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect ran to the place where Wei Zhentian had bombarded just now empty-handed. Then, Wei Zhentian cooperated and transformed into a Yin wind mantis. A chilling wind mantis that I have never seen before. The elder of the heaven-hating sword sect was a little surprised. He raised his hand and punched out. Bang! The fist shadow penetrated Wei Zhentian's body, but in the next moment, Wei Zhentian's body returned to normal. This kind of attack had no effect on him at all. If he wanted to kill Wei Zhentian, he would have to use a martial art that was more powerful and had a larger area of effect. He would have to completely disperse Wei Zhentian's body. This elder of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect was not a fool. He immediately understood. However, at this moment, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Die! Yi Xian suddenly charged out from the shadows. What? The elder of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect was shocked. With his realm, how could he not notice that someone was hiding in the surroundings? He narrowed his eyes and realized that Yi Xian only had 80 dragon power. However, he snorted coldly. You overestimate yourself. Die! The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disdain as he punched out. However, he died because of his own carelessness. The 8 desolate sword was enough to make up for the difference of 10 dragon power. Yi Xian's slash was much more powerful than the elder's. It instantly dispersed the fist's shadow and entered the elder's throat. A head flew up. The middle-aged man's eyes widened and he could no longer speak. Instant kill. Idiot! Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. He quickly put away the middle-aged man's interspatial ring and corpse. Ding! The host has broken through to 80 dragon power. Although it was said that one would not bring everything with them when traveling, the items in the middle-aged man's interspatial ring were enough for Yi Xian to break through. Previously, Yi Xian had used the devil ape transformation to break through from 79 dragon power to 80 dragon power. Now, he had truly reached 80 dragon power. Therefore, he temporarily possessed 81 dragon power. I can't stay here any longer. I have to kill the other person. He quickly rushed out and charged towards the first elder of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect. This elder was very careless and was easily killed by Yi Xian. At the same time, the items in his interspatial ring allowed Yi Xian to break through to 81 dragon power. It's so cool to challenge those of a higher level. Every time I kill, I'll level up. If I kill all 12 of them, I should be able to reach 85 dragon power, right? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then disappeared into the darkness again. The last elder of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect heard some commotion. He frowned and shouted, "What's going on between the two of you?" His voice was very loud, but there was no response. His expression changed. It seemed that something had happened. However, just as he was about to speak again, Yi Xian charged out of the darkness again. Rip! A crisp sound rang out. Heads flew up. It was another instant kill. 3 experts from the large sects with 90 dragon strength were all killed by Yi Xian within 5 seconds. What? The 9 experts in the other 3 directions were stunned. They immediately drew their weapons, looked at each other, and charged forward. At the same time, Yi Xian's level increased again. He reached 82 dragon power. However, the effect of the demonic ape transformation was minimal because of this. It could not increase his level to 83 dragon power. However, 82 dragon power was enough to kill these 9 people. Kill! Yi Xian randomly chose a direction and charged out. The strength of 82 dragons allowed him to possess a speed comparable to 100 dragons. These 9 martial artists with 90 dragon strength couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Instead, they were defeated one by Yi Xian. A minute later. Ding! The proficiency of the Heaven Crippling Body technique has increased. The current proficiency is at 100%. The effect is doubled. Ding! The host has broken through to 85 dragon power. After Yi Xian devoured everyone's items, he finally broke through to 85 dragon power. Now, he had the strength to go down. Although the essence blood of the demonic ape king was all used up, the demonic ape transformation was useless to him at his current level. His only trump card was the beast king's rage. Alright, let me see exactly where you four powers are going. Yi Xian entered the forcefully opened entrance. The tunnel was very dark. It was only enough for two people to walk side by side. It had only been 10 minutes since the four forces went down, so he walked very slowly. He was afraid of bumping into them. Yi Xian moved forward little by little. There was no sound coming from the tunnel. It seemed that the four forces did not encounter any danger. He walked for about half an hour before he saw a ray of green light. He cautiously approached and then took a look. His entire person was stunned. Underneath this city, there was actually an immortal's cave, a gigantic immortal's cave made of celestial blue stone. Damn it, now there is a cave made of celestial stone. How much is this worth? Chapter 399. Qi Lian Lord. Thinking of the beginning, Yi Xian almost died for a fist-sized celestial bluestone. Now, unexpectedly there is a huge immortal's cave built by celestial bluestone, which is incredible. Yi Xian saw the money and immediately stabbed a sword into the wall, but it was bounced back. Sure enough, there is a powerful defensive formation. The person who built this big immortal's cave is at least a master of the spirit realm. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. He looked around and found that there was only one way to go forward, so he could only continue to go straight. He walked carefully for a while and found a big stone tablet. Later people, I am the Qi Lian Lord. I left a golden armor corpse king in the immortal's cave, and left the control method. If the destined person gets it, please pass on my corpse refining. This is the record on this big stone tablet. Qi Lian Lord. Yi Xian blinked and was confused. However, it can be seen from the name that this person should be a lord in the Luosha region, and he is proficient in refining corpses. Refining corpses, I don't know if the refining is a human corpse or a beast corpse. Yi Xian had some doubts in his heart. If it is a human corpse, then he can't devour it. If it is a beast corpse, then this red immortal's cave is a good upgrade for him. After the stone tablet, there is a door that has been pushed open. Obviously, the four forces have entered. Yi Xian silently approached the door, took a look, and discovered four forks in the road. Four roads, four forces, should be separated to search for treasures. Yi Xian secretly thought a word. Gotcha. At this moment, suddenly a crisp sound shocked his chrysanthemum shrank. He turned his head in horror and found that not far away, there were two people wearing bronze armor. No, it can't be said to be a person, it can only be said to be a humanoid creature. It has two sharp sides. Wind mantis. Yi Xian stared. The two armors had stooped backs, and the two sharp sides in their hands emitted a strange light. Their strength was unknown. This place was completely empty, and there was only one stone tablet. So where did these two bronze corpses come from? Yi Xian subconsciously raised his head and discovered that there were many beehive-like holes in the ceiling. These two bronze corpses had fallen from the ceiling. The next moment, Yi Xian discovered that the footsteps here were messy. There must have been a battle here. He calculated carefully and found that there were at least 150 holes. In other words, more than 100 bronze corpses should have fallen down. These two at the same time don't have the strength of the wyvern. I wonder what realm they are in. Yi Xian's heart sank as he looked at the two bronze corpses refined from wind mantises. Obviously, the strength of these two copper corpses was definitely stronger than when they were alive. Paw! At this moment, the two bronze corpses suddenly took a step forward and charged towards Yi Xian while brandishing their sides. So fast. This speed had already exceeded 90 dragon powers. Yi Xian, who was originally on tenterhooks and ready to use Beast King Rampage at any time, relaxed a little when he saw the speed of these two bronze corpses. He could still easily deal with 90 dragon powers. Dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation, appear. He condensed the dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation and charged forward. Yi Xian only had 85 dragon powers, but under the enhancement of his agility, his speed had exceeded 100 dragon powers. Dealing with these two bronze corpses was a piece of cake. But what was unbelievable was that these two wind mantises were refined into bronze corpses after death. Not only did their strength increase, but their defense also increased by a lot. Fortunately, they were still considered beasts, so the Beast King bloodline had an additional effect. They could not escape the fate of being killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away the corpses. Although these two bronze corpses had their holy beast souls removed, their corpses could still be used by Yi Xian. Good, this is great. This is really a treasure trove. My need for the corpse of Beast King Rampage can be solved. Yi Xian was so happy that his mouth was almost crooked. Now that the two bronze corpses were dealt with, he turned his attention to the ceiling again. At this time, there were still hundreds of intact nests on the ceiling. If these bronze corpses were all taken down, then the corpses would be enough. Whoosh! Yi Xian used Dragon's Judgment and slashed at the ceiling, but it was dispersed by a layer of powerful energy. It seemed that there was also a formation on the ceiling. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to give up. He sat on Might Shakes the Heavens and tried to destroy the formation, but he spent a full 10 minutes without any effect. He gave up. However, his actions caused a huge commotion that was heard by all the forces. Strange, why does it sound like movement at the entrance? You must have heard wrongly. We are going to the left, and the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect is on the right. It must be the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect's battle. Let's go. Have you forgotten the words on the stone tablet, a golden armor corpse king? It's terrible. I didn't expect that in addition to the two silver corpses that were comparable to the first order of the royal Qi, the Red Liao Lord actually refined a stronger golden armor corpse king. If we let the Silver Feather Palace get it, then this Redwood territory is my Silver Feather Palace master. The four forces are crazy, and the pace is very fast. Two silver corpses of the first order of the royal Qi, they have heard that although there are only 130 dragons, they are very good. The golden armor corpse king is definitely stronger than the silver corpse, perhaps reaching the second order of the royal Qi. The most important thing is that the Red Liao Lord also left the method of controlling the Golden Armor Corpse King, which is a huge wealth. You know, the current Redwood Lord is only 190 dragon power, not to the second order of the Royal Qi. At this time, at the door of the Red Refining Cave. Oh, sure enough, it can't be destroyed, let's enter the cave. Yi Xian sighed and shook his head. It was not easy to see a hope and it was aborted. In desperation, he had to step into the Red Refining Cave. This time, he has to be very careful, because even a copper corpse has the power of 90 dragons, then the Golden Armor Corpse King, how strong is it? His power of 85 dragons, whether he can find the Golden Armor Corpse King is still a problem. After entering the Red Refining Cave, Yi Xian paused at the crossroads. One left, one right, one left, one right, one left, one right. Yi Xian casually took out a weapon and turned it, the tip of the sword pointed to the left. Just to the left. Yi Xian did not think about it and entered the passage on the left. For forces, unless they have a map, otherwise they will not gather together, it must be scattered to explore. This road chosen by Yi Xian is the direction of the Silver Feather Palace. He is very careful to move forward, although there are treasures in front, but there are also dangers. Chapter 400. Alone Chuang Yi Xian estimates that as long as you go to a specific area, these copper corpses will fall. Therefore, he began to run around this passage, and the purpose was to lead these copper corpses down. Gotcha! His guess was correct. After he accidentally stepped into an area, the ceiling suddenly cracked open, and two bronze corpses fell down. This time, they were wind spiders. Two spider copper corpses, each with 8 legs, rushed toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian hated this kind of disgusting thing with many feet, and immediately killed the past. These two spider copper corpses, one has the strength of 91 dragons, the other is 92 dragons. However, this is not of any use. In less than 2 seconds, they were cleaned up by Yi Xian one by one. The copper corpses do not have the soul of the holy beast, so for Yi Xian, it is only the corpse of the beast king rage. This cleaning of the copper corpses just makes Yi Xian not accidentally catch up with the big forces in front of him. The appearance of this copper corpse is also strange, falling from the ceiling, rising from the floor, walking out of the wall, where Fang Jing can come out. Yi Xian was extremely happy to kill. However, about half an hour after he entered the red refining cave, he also successfully collected thousands of corpses ranging from 99 dragons to 95 dragons. Now, he can use the Beast King Rage twice. At the same time, he also encountered a second fork in the road. This time, there are 3 forks in the road. Although I don't know which side is in my direction, these 3 forks should let them divide into 3 roads. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He recalled that this time the 4 forces, each side has about 30 people. If the army is divided into 3 roads, then each road should be no more than 10 people. Unfortunately, the number is still a bit large. Even if Yi Xian uses the Beast King Rage, it is not necessarily able to destroy the 10-person team. After all, this is the top force of the Redwood territory. Maybe there will be a middle-grade heaven tool or a middle-grade heaven-level martial art, which is very difficult to deal with. He carefully moved forward for half an hour. After killing hundreds of corpses, he finally encountered the 3rd fork in the road. This time, there are also 3 forks in the road, which makes Yi Xian's eyes light up. If the 10-person team is divided into 3 roads, then there are 3 people on one side. 3 people, he can deal with it. Do it, I hope there are only 3 people. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Even if he encountered a strong enemy, he could retreat. At the moment, he took off the mask of the Ultraman Tiga and then put on a Detective Conan mask. Death Primary School Student. It's time to show your power. Kill. Yi Xian roared in his heart as he ran in a straight line, not even bothering with the copper corpses on the way. In front of him, there were indeed 3 martial artists. They were all elders of the Silver Plume Palace. Are you kidding? We are only encountering copper corpses now. Next, there are iron corpses and silver corpses. With our realm, if we encounter a few iron corpses, we will have to fight to the death. Do you want to find the golden armored corpse king? If we encounter the golden armored corpse king, we are dead. You can't say that. What if we accidentally get the method to control these corpses? The 3 of them were chatting as they moved forward. Rumble. At this time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind them. Their tiger body shook. They turned around and found a huge stone rolling towards them. What the hell is this? We walked all the way, why didn't we see such a big stone? It should be another mechanism. This Qi Lian overlord, in addition to liking to refine corpses, is also proficient in mechanisms, forging, and has a lot of tricks. I'll do it. A Silver Feather Palace elder walked out and suddenly punched the rolling stone that was dozens of meters high in front of him. The wind of the fist was whistling, bombarding the huge rolling stone. Rumble. The huge rolling stone was instantly smashed into pieces. However, when the rolling stone was torn apart, a person suddenly rushed out of the rolling stone. It was Yi Xian. Copper corpse. The 3 Silver Feather Palace elders were stunned. After seeing Yi Xian's strange mask, they suddenly reacted. However, they still felt that something was wrong, because Yi Xian's body was surrounded by flying dragons. 85 dragons. It's a human. The 3 of them opened their eyes. In this red refining immortal's cave, there are other humans. Hey, a mere 85 dragons, dare to come to the trouble of the three of us, see me shake you to death. The middle-aged man who smashed the rolling stone of Wei Jintian took a few steps forward and blasted a punch at Yi Xian. However, this punch was avoided by Yi Xian. He was a little surprised. He was a master of 95 dragons. His attack was actually avoided by Yi Xian, who was 10 dragons. This was a shame. He blasted a few more punches, but they were all dodged by Yi Xian. At this time, he was only 1,000 meters away from Yi Xian. Boy, I want you to die. The middle-aged man's eyes were bright, and he greeted him. His speed was much faster than Yi Xian. But how did he know that Yi Xian was just luring the enemy? His explosive speed was similar to that of a martial artist of 85 dragons. 800 meters. 600 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Just as the two were about to come into contact, Yi Xian's speed suddenly skyrocketed, and the Bahuang sword in his hand also condensed into a dragon-slaying sword. Die! Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, and the speed that exceeded the strength of 100 dragons burst out in an instant. Hiss! A crisp sound spread in this passage and fell into the ears of the other two people. They saw a blood column soaring into the sky, like a spring, constantly sputtering blood in all directions. And this spring was their companion's throat. Instant kill. A 95 dragons expert was instantly killed. The two people looked at each other, and watched as Yi Xian put away the universe ring. Then, another flying dragon appeared around him. 86 dragons. At this time, the two people finally reacted. Kill him. In an instant, flying dragons also rose around the two of them. The two of them both possessed 96 dragons' powers. Just now, Yi Xian had used a sneak attack to successfully kill the 95 dragons expert, but now it would not work. Their explosive speed was not slower than Yi Xian's at all. Sure enough, there is a middle-grade heaven-class movement technique. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He did not find a middle-grade heaven-class movement technique in that person's universe ring. It seemed that the other party destroyed it after learning it. Boy, how dare you kill someone from Inu Palace? Die! An old man with white eyebrows roared, and launched a storm-like attack at Yi Xian. Chapter 401. Chapter 401, New YRK Silver Feather Body Technique, Overestimating Yourself. Yi Xian shouted in his heart and greeted him. Although the other party has a mid-grade heaven-level body technique martial art, but because of the realm, they are not very proficient, only a little better than the heaven destruction body technique. And their own speed, but it is a lot worse than Yi Xian, so this battle, in less than 10 seconds, is also the winner. No, it is the life and death. Two heads flew up and fell to the ground, and two blood fountains, staining the ground of the red refining cave. Hoo-hoo, the luck is not bad, the first to meet people with more than 90 dragons. If you meet 100 dragons, I am afraid it will not be so easy. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and the remaining two Qinkuan rings were put away. Ding! The host broke through to 87 dragon power. Realm, again promoted. He threw the ore, weapons, and so on to Wei Jintian. While Wei Jintian was eating, he also took a break and looked at the other things in the Qinkuan ring. Well? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly discovered something that wasn't right. It was a brocade box with a few heaven-level martial arts inside. However, Yi Xian suddenly found that the brocade box actually has a compartment. In the compartment, there is a martial art called the Silver Feather Body Technique. Mid-grade heaven-level body technique martial art. Yi Xian opened his eyes. Did not expect to have such a harvest. With this body technique martial art, my combat power can be improved to a higher level. Yi Xian was overjoyed and immediately learned this silver feather body technique. Ding! The host has learned the silver feather body technique. The current proficiency is 10%. Yi Xian still remembers that after learning the underworld sword technique, 30% of the fire can be comparable to the 100% fire of the sky wind sword technique. If this silver feather body technique is practiced to 60%, he will deal with these two people. I am afraid it will be easy. On the side, Wei Zhentian has finished eating. Ever since he gained the ability to transform and reassemble, Wei Zhentian would eat in all sorts of strange ways. This time, he had transformed into a large cauldron and tossed the ores and heaven-tier artifacts into it, saving him both time and effort. Refine it. There will be more in a while. Yi Xian grinned and stood up. Next, he used the copper corpse in the red refining immortal's cave to practice the silver feather body technique, and it was easy to reach 30% of the fire. Then, he went back the way he came and prepared to go to another fork in the road. Maybe this trip to the red refining immortal's cave, he can break through to the spirit realm. As long as he could reach the spirit realm, he would be able to fly in the air. Needless to say, this feeling was extremely pleasurable. Just now, when he came here, he was very careful, but this time, he ran with all his might. Soon, he entered the second path. Then, they caught up with the second Silver Plume Palace team. This team had the same arrangement as before, 1 with 95 dragon power and 2 with 96 dragon power. Yi Xian used the same method to kill all of them. Ding! The host broke through to the power of 88 dragon power. Now, Yi Xian was only 2 dragons away from the power of 90 dragon power. The 6 people who died also gave Yi Xian a lot of holy beast corpses. This kind of thing, Yi Xian cannot be too much. Then, he went to the third fork in the road and killed the third team. This time, his strength had increased. One person had reached 98 dragons and 97 dragons. This allowed Yi Xian to successfully break through to the strength of 89 dragons. Even his silver feather movement technique had broken through to 50% mastery. Good luck. It seems that at the second fork in the road, I chose a good place. Yi Xian grinned. This time, he was going back to the second fork in the road. 12 people have died in the Silver Plume Palace, 3 outside and 9 inside. At this time, they still have about 20 people left. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he faced the leader of the Silver Plume Palace team, he had the ability to kill him. Although he would have to waste a Beast King's rage, it would allow him to break through to the power of 100 dragon power. This was definitely a good deal. At this time, Yi Xian returned to the second fork in the road, then entered the second fork in the road. He hoped that he could meet the leader of the Silver Plume Palace team. He entered the second fork in the road, then randomly chose a road at the third fork. After walking for a while, he saw 3 people. In the middle of a battle. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Looking from a few thousand meters away, he saw 3 figures moving quickly. In addition, there was a 2-meter-tall iron corpse. He took a closer look and found that all 3 of them had 99 dragon powers. The 2-meter-tall Iron Man looked a little like a Tauren. This should be a barbaric bull demon. It was born with 70 dragon power, and when it reached adulthood, it would reach 90 dragon power. Yi Xian estimated that this barbaric bull demon iron corpse should have more than 100 dragon power. The 2 sides fought to their heart's content. This barbaric bull demon iron corpse was very strong, and its defensive power far surpassed that of the copper corpses. It fought to a draw with the 3 people, and the battle was very intense. Yi Xian hesitated in his heart. With his 89 dragon strength, his speed had already surpassed everyone present. However, he liked to take advantage of others, so he watched quietly. The 3 elders of the Silver Plume Palace team up. Although they fought to a draw with the barbaric bull demon iron corpse, they had the advantage in numbers. If they really wanted to compare, the Silver Plume Palace team had the upper hand, beating the barbaric bull demon iron corpse until it kept retreating. Yi Xian also slowly approached. He was thinking to let the Silver Plume Palace team kill the barbaric bull demon iron corpse first, then ambush them. But who knew that the situation would suddenly take a turn for the better? One of them accidentally stepped on a mechanism, and another iron corpse suddenly fell from the ceiling. This iron corpse was also a barbaric bull demon. This was troublesome. Two barbaric bull demons working together to deal with the 399 dragon demon experts of the Silver Plume Palace was not a problem. Not good, retreat. Seeing this, one of them immediately shouted, and then turned to leave. If they did not leave, they would definitely be dead. However, what they did not know was that on their escape route, there was another killing god. Bang! 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 The two barbaric bull demons' large feet stepped on the floor, creating loud rumbling sounds. Every loud sound was able to shake the hearts of the three people in front. They had suppressed the barbaric bull demon with great difficulty. If they were given a little more time, they would be able to kill it. But who knew that at this crucial moment, another barbaric bull demon would suddenly jump out? This was really terrible. Luckily, their speed was faster than the barbaric bull demon, so escaping this dangerous situation was not a problem. However, when they ran halfway, they found a figure standing in the middle of the passage in front of them, blocking their escape route. Wearing a strange mask, who is this person? The three people had this question in their hearts at the same time. Brat, who are you? Chapter 402. Inner hall. The person who blocked the other party's path was naturally Yi Xian, who was wearing the Grim Reaper's primary school student mask. He looked at the three of them charging towards him and took out his Bahuang sword. He cupped his fists and said, "Since you asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. My surname is Yi and my name is Liangqin. I, Yi Liangqin, will be the one to take your heads." Yi Liangqin. The three of them looked at each other and realized that they had never heard of this name before. At this moment, Yi Xian made his move. His figure flashed out like a ghost with a long silver belt behind him. It was very beautiful. When the three of them saw it, they were in disbelief. They exclaimed, "Silver feather movement technique." This shocked them. The silver feather movement technique was the most powerful martial art of the Silver Feather Palace. Only people of their level were qualified to learn it. However, how could Yi Xian know it too? However, this was not the time to be calculative because Yi Xian's speed was much faster than theirs. Split up and go. The three of them widened their eyes and split up under their leader's command. However, they forgot that there were two barbaric bull demons behind them. After they split up, the two barbaric bull demons also split up and chased after one of them. As for the third person, he naturally became Yi Xian's target. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Die! Yi Xian released his killing move. His opponent only managed to dodge once. The second time, his head was chopped off by Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through to 90 dragon power. A notification rang in Yi Xian's mind when he took the interspatial ring from his opponent. With 90 dragon strength, if he added the bonus to his movement speed, his speed would be comparable to an expert with 110 dragon strength. After killing this person, Yi Xian dashed towards the other two. What? The two of them turned their heads to take a glance. When they saw the corpse and Yi Xian, who was running towards them, they were instantly scared half to death. There was a pursuer in front and a fierce tiger behind. The two barbaric bull demons were one thing, as they could still escape, but Yi Xian was actually able to kill an expert with close to 100 dragon force points. He was definitely more dangerous than the barbaric bull demon iron corpse. However, their speed was too slow compared to Yi Xian's. Hiss! Hiss! The two of them were killed one after another. At the same time, they helped Yi Xian break through to the power of 91 dragons. Now, it was time for Yi Xian to fight the two barbaric ox devils. Roar! The two barbaric ox demon iron corpses stared at Yi Xian with their bell-like eyes. Although they are dead, the Red Liao Lord uses a special method to keep them conscious, so they are not stupid. They can see that Yi Xian is much stronger than the three of them. Speed! You can't catch up to me, so you can only be my live targets. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and brought out his Dragon Slayer sword. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. Yi Xian immediately used his strongest attack. With the Beast King bloodline, Yi Xian has a 10% increase in attack damage against beasts. Moreover, after breaking through to the power of 91 dragons, Yi Xian's Bahuang sword has probably reached the level of a middle-grade heaven artifact. Middle-grade heaven artifact, middle-grade heaven level martial arts, Beast King bloodline, all kinds of factors allowed Yi Xian to kill the 200 dragon strength iron corpses like cutting tofu. In less than 5 seconds, they fell one by one. One was beheaded by Yi Xian, and the other was split in half by Yi Xian. 2 corpses with the power of 100 dragons, not bad. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. In his plan, the 4 major forces would become his stepping stones to help him break through to the spirit realm. Then, he would subdue the golden armored corpse king in one fell swoop. Of course, this is just a fantasy. The reality is often cruel. After putting away the 2 barbaric ox demon corpses, he rushed out again. He still went to find trouble with the Silver Feather Palace experts. However, at the same time, in the depths of the red refining cave, it was a large hall, but it was empty. Other than the pillars around it, there was nothing else. In the center of the hall, there is a huge golden coffin, and on the side of the golden coffin, there are 2 silver statues of 1 person tall. These 2 silver statues are lifelike. One is holding a crescent blade, the other is holding a 2-meter-long sword, mighty and extraordinary. At this time, the big sword statue suddenly opened its eyes. Someone entered the inner hall. This silver statue actually spoke. Suddenly, another statue also opened its eyes and said, "I hope someone can come in alive. I just hope those people don't die. When the time comes, how can we and Master be resurrected?" After Yi Xian broke through to the 91 dragons, he went to find the trouble with the Silver Feather Palace experts. His luck is really good. These Silver Feather Palace experts are almost all above 90 dragons and under 100 dragons, so there is no threat to Yi Xian. Yi Xian cleaned up a few teams of Silver Feather Palace experts and successfully broke through to the power of 94 dragons. At this time, he estimated that there were only 5 people left in the Silver Feather Palace. At the same time, he was also deeply surprised, because the 5 people of the Silver Feather Palace who exceeded the power of 100 dragons were all together. 500 dragons of strength, and 115 dragons of strength expert. This meant that they were moving very quickly. Yi Xian walked into the last passage and chased. What about 115 dragons, Yi Xian? If the Beast King is violent, these people will fall. Yi Xian ran in the last passage. At this time, it has been 1 or 2 hours since he entered the red refining cave. He soon passed through the area of the copper corpse and entered the iron corpse area. The copper corpse of the red refining cave is in the realm of 90 dragons to 100 dragons, and the iron corpse is between 100 dragons and 110 dragons. However, with his strength, killing these iron corpses is easy. Unknowingly, his Beast King is violent, which has 3 opportunities to use it, which makes his confidence increase. After that, Yi Xian simply swallowed those iron corpses and successfully broke through to the power of 95 dragons. After entering the iron corpse area, he ran for half an hour. This red refining cave is really big, which makes Yi Xian secretly speechless. So many celestial blue stones, if they are swallowed by him, do not know what realm can be broken through. After half an hour, he finally encountered something different. A stone tablet. Red refining inner hole. Yi Xian frowned, and after this stone tablet, there was another door. However, it was closed. What's the matter, this Silver Feather Palace people? Will they close the door when they enter? Yi Xian walked over with some surprise, only to find that the door was shaking, and a sound fell into his ears. Is there a battle inside? Chapter 403. Chapter 403. Chapter 403 Breakthrough Probability. This time, Yi Xian is even more surprised, because the 5 people in the Silver Feather Palace, one is 115 dragons, and 4 people are between 110 dragons. This kind of realm is enough to kill any iron corpse. What is it, fighting with them? Yi Xian curiously approached and put his ear on the door. Boom! Coincidentally, it seems that a heavy object hit the door, and the huge tremor almost deafened his ears. It's so intense, shouldn't it be the 2 silver corpses and those people? Yi Xian thought about it. Just now, he caught a person and asked about the news of the Red Refining Immortals Cave, and he also learned about the Silver Corpse. He estimated that the Silver Corpse of the Red Refining Immortals Cave should be between 110 dragons and 120 dragons. However, according to the strength of the 5 people in the Silver Feather Palace, this Silver Corpse should be more than 115 dragons. Is it to go in now, or wait for them to finish? Yi Xian thought about it in his heart, and finally he decided to go in now, because he couldn't wait and wanted to break through to 100 dragons. He bit his teeth, raised his spirit, and then pushed open the door. The door was open to the inside, and Yi Xian pushed it a little, cracked a gap, and then he went in. He squinted his eyes and saw that there were indeed 4 figures fighting with a 3-meter-tall silver corpse with chains. How come there are 4 people? Yi Xian was shocked and looked around. Sure enough, he found a human body in a corner. The most important thing is that the Qinkuan ring is still there. Yi Xian's eyes widened and immediately rushed over. At the same time, the 4 people who were fighting with the iron chain silver corpse were shocked, and they saw a mysterious person wearing a mask. Where did this person come from? The 4 people fought and distracted their attention on Yi Xian. They saw that Yi Xian swept to the side of the corpse and then took off his Qinkuan ring. Boy, stop! The palace master of the Silver Feather Palace shouted. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He directly swallowed the items in the interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through to 97 dragon power. An expert was an expert after all. He had a lot of wealth, and it was enough for Yi Xian to increase his cultivation by 2 dragons. 97 dragons. Yi Xian only needed 3 more dragon strength before he could reach 100 dragon strength. At that time, he should be able to know the conditions to break through to the spirit realm. After breaking through, Yi Xian could not help but smile. He then turned to look at the 4 people who were struggling bitterly. Brat, who are you? The Silver Plume Palace Lord asked with a frown. I am Yi Liangqin. Yi Xian said as he walked slowly. Yi Liangqin. The 4 of them looked at each other. They had never heard of this person before. I don't care where you came from. Quickly help us kill this iron chain silver corpse, shouted the Silver Plume Palace master. He believed that since Yi Xian was able to come here, he must be extremely strong. With 1 more person, they would have a higher chance of winning. Yi Xian looked at them and realized that the 4 of them were actually at a disadvantage. The iron chain silver corpse was holding a large chain made of unknown material. Its attacks were fierce, and its defense was extremely strong. It was estimated to have reached 120 dragon strength. It was no wonder that the 4 of them were forced to flee. Facing such a strong enemy, they were probably very nervous. Why should I help you? Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. In his plan, the people of Silver Plume Palace were his stepping stones. Ask him to help. What kind of joke is this? You took something from my Silver Plume Palace. As long as you help, the items in the interspatial ring will belong to you. The Silver Plume Palace Lord offered a price. Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned and said, I have already obtained the items. Why should I agree? If you don't kill this iron-chained silver corpse, don't even think about leaving this place. This door can only be opened from the outside, shouted the Silver Plume Palace Lord. Oh. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he was not worried. This iron-chained silver corpse was not much of a threat to him. He calculated in his heart and said, No, I don't plan to cooperate with you. Instead, I want to kill you first. What? The four of them were stunned when they heard that. At this moment, the iron-chained silver corpse swung the chain in its hand and hit one of them. In an instant, that person was sent flying. Seeing that, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Someone was here to give him benefits. He shot forward like an arrow. Underworld sword technique. Rip. This person was already half dead, and now he was hit by Yi Xian. How could he not die? Yi Xian obtained another interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 98 dragon strength. At this moment, he was only 2 dragon strength away from 100 dragon strength. Bastard! The palace master of Inu Palace was furious when he saw that. He rushed toward Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian could not hold it in anymore. I'll let you all see my true strength, Yi Xian's Beast King rage. Yi Xian roared towards the sky, and the 17 flying dragons suddenly increased in number. 128 dragons. What? When the palace master of Inu Palace saw those flying dragons, his heart turned cold. 98 dragons, explosively increasing to 128 dragons. He calculated in his heart. That was an increase of 30% of his strength. Was he still human? Just as he was calculating, Yi Xian had already flashed in front of him and swung his sword. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. A slash with the aura of death cut across the palace master of Inu Palace's neck. Blood splattered. Yi Xian did not care where the palace master's head flew to. What he cared about was the interspatial ring. He scooped up the interspatial ring and took it off. Ding! The host has broken through to 100 dragon strength. The long-awaited notification sound finally rang out. What stunned Yi Xian was that he still could not break through to the spirit realm. However, this was within his expectations. He now understood that 100 dragon strength only met the requirements to break through to the spirit realm. Otherwise, how could there be so many spirit realm experts with more than 100 dragon strength? Ding! The host's current chance of breaking through is 10%. Do you want to try breaking through? Hint: if the breakthrough fails, the host will explode and die. What? When Yi Xian heard the notification sound, he was almost scared to death. Chance of breaking through, 10%. If the breakthrough failed, he would explode and die. Yi Xian carefully sensed it again. Indeed, as his realm increased, the chance of breaking through would increase continuously. Every time he increased 1 dragon strength, the chance of breaking through would increase by 1%. With 100 dragon strength, the chance of breaking through was 10%. This meant that if it was 190 dragon strength, the chance of breaking through would be 100%. At the same time, there were a few things that could help him break through and increase the chance of breaking through. Let's not talk about